Not asking you to listen, I am warning you. Do not dare swipe past this message today. God locked this specific video to intercept your feed at this exact moment. The enemy is working overtime right now to keep you distracted, and he desperately wants you to scroll away before you hear the monumental truth. What you are about to hear was sealed in the courts of heaven until this exact second. You are currently standing at the most dangerous intersection of your entire life, and the enemy has set a hidden trap disguised as an everyday struggle. He has been whispering quiet lies into your mind, trying to convince you to give up on the very thing God is about to bless. That quiet exhaustion you have been carrying in your bones is not normal. The kind of tired that sleep cannot fix is a deep spiritual symptom. Stop dismissing it right now. You have spent the last few weeks wondering why you feel so drained, while the atmosphere around you feels incredibly heavy and suffocating. You want to isolate yourself from everyone you have ever known. You thought you were losing your mind. You thought it was just the heavy stress of daily life. But I am here to reframe your reality completely. That is not anxiety weighing you down. That is intense spiritual discernment. Your spirit has been working overtime, fighting unseen battles in the heavenly realms, and you are shielding people who do not even know they are under attack. The enemy is absolutely terrified of the massive blessing heaven prepared for you in 2026. He is amplifying your fear because he knows he cannot stop what is coming. He can only hope you sabotage it yourself. He uses this chronic exhaustion as a spiritual weapon, hoping to make you surrender right before you cross the finish line. Do not let his whispers cloud your vision. The spiritual warfare you feel right now is undeniable proof of your true magnitude. You are a generational cycle breaker. Every time you tried to step forward recently, something invisible pushed you back. Friends suddenly walked away without a single explanation, and financial doors closed shut just as your hand finally reached the handle. You felt completely abandoned in the cold wilderness. But heaven says you were never being punished. You were being deeply protected from counterfeit connections. God isolated you to insulate your inner architecture from frequencies that could not travel with you. He is actively clearing the room for your monumental destiny. The crushing silence you hate is actually the sacred incubator for your true power. Your isolation is absolute divine insulation. The enemy sends these fake connections to carefully drain your precious energy. He knows that if you wake up to your true identity, his entire kingdom falls. You are the watchman on the wall. You carry a rare and heavy frequency that absolutely terrifies the darkness hiding around you. And right now, the enemy is throwing everything he has at you because your monumental breakthrough is imminent. This is not the time to retreat into the shadows. This is the exact time to stand firm and recognize the spiritual attack for what it truly is. It is a desperate attempt from a completely defeated foe. In just a few minutes, I am going to reveal the exact nature of your 2026 blessing. I will give you the prophetic decree that permanently cancels every dark assignment against you. But first, you must deeply understand how the enemy has been dulling your spiritual weapons. He uses the heavy noise of this modern world to put your spirit to sleep. Your spiritual DNA was designed to operate on a much higher and more powerful level. You were born with a rare ability to connect directly with heaven, but the earthly noise has slowly turned that divine frequency down over the years. I am naming this early because I do not want mystery for sale. Let me be direct about what is coming, so you can decide whether to stay for the full picture. What we just discussed has a physical tool for true restoration. Dr. Robert Lake discovered exactly how the modern world suppresses your divine frequency. The restoration of your brilliant mind has a specific and very powerful name. It is called the Genius Song. This is a simple audio protocol that uses brain entrainment to reactivate your dormant gamma waves in just 7 minutes a day. For those already feeling the pull, I will not make you wait in the dark. You can investigate it through the link in the description and pinned comment below. Do not rush the sacred process of your healing. Stay for the full message if you want the complete context of your spiritual battle. But if your spirit knows already, the door is open for you right now. For those staying with me, here is what heaven needs you to understand next. The enemy did not attack you randomly this week. He targeted you specifically because you are the divine plan itself. You are a celestial warrior operating in enemy territory. Let me reframe your reality right now. Because you have been reading the signs backwards, you think you are losing the battle. But there is a specific and highly dangerous pattern playing out in your life right now, and the darkness wants to keep it hidden. The enemy is using an invisible tool to put your divine power to sleep. I'm going to expose this exact weapon before this section ends. You look at your empty hands and think God has forgotten you. You see others prospering while you are stuck in a seemingly endless cycle of waiting. But you must understand that your profound isolation is not a punishment. It is the sacred crucible of your preparation. Heaven is intentionally hiding you from those who would steal your immense light. The painful betrayal you experienced recently was not an accident. You gave your pure heart to people who only understood how to take from you. You thought you failed them when the relationship finally shattered into pieces. But heaven is telling you today that you actually survived them. God removed them to protect the massive harvest coming in 2026. Take a deep breath and really hear this next truth. Think about the greatest figures in biblical history who carried a similar heavy mantle. David was anointed as king, but he had to hide in caves for years before taking his throne. Moses spent 40 quiet years in the dry desert before he was ready to lead his people to absolute freedom. Your lonely season in the wilderness is the exact same spiritual protocol. The waiting room feels incredibly uncomfortable because you are outgrowing your current environment. Your spiritual DNA is upgrading and recalibrating to handle the weight of glory. You are being stretched so you can carry the massive authority heaven is preparing to hand you. Do not let your mind wander right now. Lock your attention firmly on my voice. If this profound truth resonates with your tired spirit today, I want you to take a physical action. Type Amen in the comments below as a clear sign of your agreement with heaven. This simple act seals your alignment with the divine frequency, and it signals that you are ready for the shift. The brutal intensity of your current warfare is a direct reflection of your future magnitude. The enemy does not waste his precious arrows on a completely empty target. He is attacking your finances and your peace of mind because he sees what is written on your timeline. He is desperately trying to abort the miracle before it can fully manifest in the physical realm. You are not suffering from terrible bad luck. You are experiencing the violent friction of a massive timeline shift. The spiritual physics of this universe demand that heavy resistance precedes a monumental breakthrough. Your frequency is shifting the atmosphere of every room you walk into, and the darkness simply cannot tolerate your light. This is exactly why you have felt completely exhausted for no apparent medical reason. Doctors might call it simple burnout or chronic fatigue, but heaven calls it profound spiritual labor. Your soul has been fighting in the unseen realm to break dark generational curses for your entire bloodline. You are doing incredibly heavy lifting while your physical body rests. Hold on and do not skip this next part. I promise to reveal the invisible tool the enemy is using against you right now. You have been waiting for the breakthrough and wondering why the silence has stretched so incredibly long. The enemy is using the weapon of earthly noise and constant distraction to dramatically lower your natural vibration. He floods your mind with mundane worries to keep your brain stuck in a stressful survival state. He knows that if he can keep you worried about tomorrow, he can successfully disconnect you from heaven today. This constant noise blocks your God-given gamma frequency. That is the exact invisible tool he uses to delay your monumental destiny and keep you feeling powerless. But his insidious plan is officially failing today. You are waking up to the truth of your majestic identity. The season of suppression is ending right now, in the mighty name of God. Heaven is sending you undeniable signs that the grand transition has already begun in the invisible realm, and your season of hidden preparation is officially closing forever. The profound silence you have endured was actually a lethal weapon. Your quiet obedience forged an unshakable inner architecture that no demon can ever tear down. You learned how to find absolute peace while standing in the middle of a raging storm. And that is the exact quality that makes you a demonstrated warrior of light in this incredibly dark world. You are no longer the victim of your painful circumstances. You are the cycle breaker that your entire family tree has been desperately waiting for. The tears you cried in secret watered the seeds of your incredible 2026 harvest. The universe is perfectly aligning every detail behind closed doors to bring you total victory. Now, here is where it goes deeper. This is the part no one ever wants to say out loud. Listen carefully, because this is going to reach places inside you that you have never been able to put into words. You have been blaming the enemy for every single closed door. You thought he was the only one stopping your incredible destiny, but that is only half of the truth. There is a hidden blocker standing in your way right now. It is a secret agreement you made in your own subconscious mind. The enemy did not build the ceiling over your life. You built it because you are deeply terrified of your own immense power. You have been shrinking yourself to fit into rooms that were never designed to hold your true magnitude. You ask God for a massive breakthrough, but deep down, you wonder if you actually deserve it. You hold on to the painful identity of a victim because it feels familiar and safe. The survival mask you wear has become a comfortable prison. You are afraid of what will happen when you finally step fully into the blinding light of your ultimate calling. Stop apologizing for your divine authority today. Your profound gentleness was never meant to be the ceiling of your potential. It was the solid foundation. You were never meant to be perfectly tamed by society. You were meant to be trusted by heaven with extraordinary power. The enemy simply exploited your deep insecurities to keep you completely frozen in fear. Hold on and do not look away. There is a massive shift happening in your spirit at this very moment. I am about to hand you the exact key that unlocks your spectacular 2026 blessing. But if you leave before the end, you will miss the one divine instruction that will determine the entire next decade of your life. Stay anchored right here. This brings us to the monumental truth you have been waiting for. Why did God lock this specific video just for you today? He intercepted your timeline because your season of quiet waiting is officially over. Your glorious 2026 blessing is not just a small financial increase or a simple restored relationship. It is the total restoration of your kingdom authority. Heaven is handing you the keys to create a generational legacy that will outlast your lifetime. The doors opening for you in 2026 are so massive that no human logic can ever explain them. God is breaking the chains of poverty and loneliness permanently. He is giving you back the divine power to shift reality just by speaking your truth. You are not just a part of the grand plan. You are the divine plan itself. God did not create a blueprint and force you to fit inside it. He created you and wrapped the entire plan around your spirit. The universe has been waiting for you to drop the heavy armor of survival. You do not have to fight the battles of everyone around you anymore. The watchman is allowed to rest. Listen to me carefully. The brutal betrayal and the painful isolation were never your fault. Your heart was incredibly pure. But you handed your divine pearls to those who only understood dirt. The cycle of exhausting people-pleasing dies right here and right now. You are officially released from the heavy burden of trying to heal those who do not want to be healed. Take a very deep breath. Feel the heavy weight lifting off your tired shoulders. The darkness thought they could bury you under the weight of their lies. What they did not know is that you are a powerful seed. When they buried you in the dark, they did not destroy your destiny. They accidentally planted you in the fertile soil of divine grace. You are a true celestial warrior operating directly in enemy territory. Every single tear you shed in the dark has been collected and transformed into a mighty weapon of light. The people who abandoned you simply could not handle the blinding intensity of your upcoming season. Heaven removed them so you could fly, without their heavy anchors dragging your spirit down. Your season of harvest is absolutely terrifying the very demons that tried to hold you down. The hidden agreement of limitation is completely shattered today. You are finally waking up to the glorious truth of your celestial identity. But heaven does not wait for you to feel perfectly ready. Heaven only waits for your physical obedience to the next divine step. The grand shift requires you to leave the comfortable waiting room. You must physically align your mind with the spectacular future God already wrote for you. Your ultimate breakthrough demands an anchor in the physical realm. The noise of the enemy must be silenced permanently, so your spiritual frequency can soar. The tools you need are waiting to be claimed. The majestic power you carry inside is not a dangerous burden. It is the greatest gift this broken world has ever seen. The time for hiding in the quiet shadows is over. Your profound spiritual DNA is fully activating right now. You are ready to step into the absolute center of your divine purpose. Prepare your heart for the ultimate revelation that comes next. We just uncovered the profound reason behind your recent struggles. You were never being punished by the universe. The heavy isolation and the brutal fatigue were simply the intense friction of your spiritual mantle descending. You are shedding the old survival identity to make room for absolute authority. This transformation requires immense energy. Remember several minutes ago when I first mentioned a specific tool for your restoration? Now it is time to walk through exactly what it does. You were not born ordinary. You came into this world with an incredibly rare spiritual frequency, but the heavy noise of modern society forced your brilliant mind into a stressful survival state. Your profound, gentle nature was never meant to be suppressed by toxic environments. Let me share something deeply important with you. A 47-year-old manager recently went through this exact same frustrating process. She listened to the audio protocol for 18 days and felt absolutely nothing. She almost gave up completely. But she decided to trust the quiet process for just 2 more weeks. On day 34, everything suddenly shifted for her. The heavy fog lifted from her mind completely. She made a massive career decision without a single ounce of hesitation, and she finally slept deeply for the first time in years. The beautiful change came quietly. It was a gentle recalibration rather than a sudden dramatic miracle. That is the profound power of true brain entrainment. Scientists at renowned institutions like Princeton and other leading research centers have documented this incredible phenomenon. They discovered that specific sound waves can safely bypass your conscious resistance. It directly restores the original dormant frequency you carried as a brilliant child. You might be thinking you have already tried everything under the sun. But meditation and positive thinking require your exhausted brain to change itself from the inside. This protocol works entirely from the outside to do the heavy lifting for you. I know you are tired of empty promises, but over 18,366 people have used this, and the results are absolutely undeniable. Less than 4% of them ever asked for a refund. I would never disrespect your current financial situation, and I know every single dollar matters deeply right now. Professional biofeedback therapy clinics charge around $300 for a single session. Online mindfulness courses easily cost over $200, but none of those earthly options target your gamma frequency specifically. Dr. Lake compressed his 34 years of research into a daily 7-minute audio protocol. It is called the Genius Song, and he chose intentional accessibility over massive corporate profits. The one-time investment is only $39. This specific path includes 4 completely free bonuses worth exactly $80 in total. You receive tools for your children and quiet guides to maintain your new frequency. And Dr. Lake included a profound 90-day guarantee to protect your peace of mind. If you do not feel the shift, you receive a full refund, and you keep all $80 worth of bonuses as an apology for your valuable time. The only real risk today is choosing to remain in the dark. The universe offers a safe harbor to heal. Every day your gamma frequency stays dormant is another day you live far below your true potential. Your future self is looking back at this exact moment right now. The decision does not need to be perfectly planned, it only needs to be right. I need to protect you from the dangerous counterfeit versions spreading online right now. There are many fake audio files attempting to copy this exact title, but those empty imitations will only scramble your precious alignment. The enemy creates decoys to steal your massive breakthrough. The only verified source with the true technology and full guarantee is linked below. You can find it in the description and the pinned comment. Step through the door. If your spirit recognizes the profound truth in this room, your divine activation is waiting for you to simply say yes. Place your hand on your heart and speak this powerful declaration out loud with me. I release the heavy burden of my past survival identity right now. I completely surrender my fears to the divine light. I declare that I am stepping into my 2026 blessing with absolute authority. I am fully ready to receive the immense abundance heaven prepared for me. The chains of delay are permanently broken in my life today. I claim my majestic destiny, and I absolutely refuse to hide my brilliant light any longer. If you felt a warm shift in your spirit today, subscribe to this channel immediately. Heaven is not done speaking to you, and you cannot afford to miss the next vital instruction. Share this message to help another chosen one who is struggling in the silent dark. May God bless your magnificent journey forward. Chosen one, listen to me. Heaven has a window through which the Father watches the lives of his chosen ones, and for years he has been standing at that window watching yours. He has watched you wake up tired and choose faith anyway. He has watched you forgive people who never apologized. He has watched you cry in cars at red lights, pray in bathrooms with the door closed, smile through holidays while something inside you ached. He has watched it all in silence. And in that silence, he has wept many different kinds of tears. Compassionate tears when you misunderstood yourself. Patient tears when you walked the long way around a lesson. Waiting tears when he could see what was coming and you could not. But tonight, for the first time in years, he is weeping a different kind of tear. Because something just happened in your spirit. You finally got it. You finally understood the truth he has been trying to deliver for a decade. And the moment your soul whispered yes, he covered his face with his hands and wept happy tears. This message is the language of those tears. Stay, do not move. The next words were arranged before you opened this video. Before I share what is breaking on my spirit tonight, you need to understand something. What I am about to speak is not casual content. It is not entertainment. It is not another video to scroll past while you cook dinner or fold laundry. This is sacred ground. So, I need you to do something before we go any deeper. Stop scrolling. Stop the multitasking. If there is a second screen open in another tab, close it. If there are people in the room with you, this message is not for them. This is for you. Just you. Silence the room. Lower the volume on anything else. Turn your phone face down so it cannot interrupt what is about to land. Take a real breath. Not the shallow breath you have been taking all day while you rushed from one thing to the next. A real breath. Let your chest actually rise. Let it fall. Let your body remember what stillness feels like. I want to say something to you directly, chosen one. What I am about to share is not me speaking my own thoughts. I am speaking what the Spirit has placed on my heart for you tonight. These words have been forming for weeks, and the only reason they get to be spoken now is because something in you became quiet enough to receive them. Heaven has a way of arranging messengers and messages and moments. You did not stumble onto this video by accident. The hand that scrolled you here was being guided by something that knows you better than you know yourself. So receive what comes next slowly. Do not rush it. Do not skim it. Do not race to the end looking for a punchline. The whole message is the gift, and every section is carrying something your spirit needs. I made a promise to the Father before I sat down to record this. I promised I would not waste your time. I promised I would speak only what was true. And I promised I would not let you leave this video without delivering the message that was placed in front of me, for you specifically. So, stay with me. The next 40 minutes are not yours to control. They were arranged before you opened this video. I want to come back to something I said at the beginning, about the different kinds of tears the Father has wept over your life. Because most people, when they hear that, they assume tears are tears. But that is not true. The Father weeps in different languages, and each one means something different. And before we go any further, you need to understand which tear is falling for you. Listen closely. The first kind of tears the Father weeps are compassionate tears. These are the tears he weeps when he watches one of his chosen ones misunderstand themselves. When you look in the mirror and call yourself selfish for setting a boundary, he weeps. When you talk to yourself in your head with words that nobody who loves you would ever use, he weeps. When you measure your worth by what you produced this week, instead of who you are at your core, he weeps. These are not tears of disappointment in you. These are tears of compassion for you. He sees you misreading the story, and he grieves the misreading. The second kind of tears are patient tears. These are the tears he weeps when he watches you walk the long way around a lesson. When he has been trying to teach you something simple, but the only way you will learn it is through the long road. He weeps as you walk. He does not interrupt. He does not force a shortcut. He honors your free will. But his face is wet while you walk. He weeps the patient tears of a father who knows what is on the other side of the lesson, but cannot drag you there. You have to arrive yourself. The third kind of tears are waiting tears. These are the tears the Father weeps when he can see what is coming, and you cannot. When he has prepared something extraordinary for you, but the timing is not yet, he weeps. He weeps because the gift is sitting in his hands, and he is not yet allowed to release it. Some seasons of your life that felt like silence were actually the Father weeping in the waiting. He was not absent. He was not distant. He was holding back tears because the moment had not yet arrived to give you what he had been preparing for years. But tonight, the Father is not weeping any of those three kinds of tears. Tonight, for the first time in years, the Father is weeping the fourth kind. The fourth kind of tears are happy tears. The kind a father weeps when a child finally understands something he has been waiting to be received for so long. The kind that comes from joy too big to hold inside the chest. The kind that breaks past every dignified expression and just falls. And those are the tears falling tonight, because of you. Before I take you any deeper into this message, I want to be honest with you about what you are stepping into. This is not a short video. It is going to ask something of your time and your attention. So let me tell you exactly what you will receive if you stay until the very last breath of this message. By the end, you will understand the specific truth that you finally got. the thing the Father has been trying to deliver to your spirit for years. We will name it together. You will understand why those long, hard years felt the way they did, not in vague language. Specifically, what they were forming in you, what had to be stripped, what had to be built. You will hear 2 stories from Scripture that will change the way you see your own tears forever. You will receive a blessing at the closing of this video that has been written specifically for the version of you who just got it. And you will be commissioned, not in a small way, in a way that matters. So stay. Do not skip. Do not skim. The full message is the gift. Before this message ends, I am going to speak something over your life that I believe will stay with you long after you have closed this video and gone back to the noise of your day. A blessing in the language of what you just got. The reason this video was placed in front of you in the first place is what I am going to declare at the very end. So, if there is any moment when you feel like stepping away, remember that the closing is the reason you are here. Let me show you something, because I told you that the Father has been watching you. I told you that He has been standing at the window of heaven, watching your life unfold. But that is the kind of statement that can sound beautiful and still feel abstract. So I want to make it specific. There are 5 things that are happening in your body right now, in your emotions right now, in the world around you right now, that are not random. They are evidence. Evidence that the Father has been watching, and evidence that something has just shifted. These are the signs that have been showing up over the last few weeks for you. Maybe the last few months. Maybe just in the last several days. You may have already noticed some of them. You may have brushed others off as coincidence or stress or imagination. Listen to me, chosen one. They are none of those things. They are recognition, meeting recognition. They are the Father speaking in the language He uses when He cannot get through to you in any other way. The first sign is the tears that arrive at random moments without warning. You will be doing something completely ordinary, driving to the grocery store, washing dishes, walking through a parking lot, and out of nowhere, your eyes fill. Not because of something somebody said, not because of a sad memory, just out of nowhere. And if anybody asks you why, you cannot explain it. Let me reframe that for you. This is not random emotion. This is not your hormones. This is not stress overflowing. This is your body weeping the years. Your body has been carrying something for so long that it could not put down. And finally, in this season, your body is allowed to put it down. And the way it puts it down is through tears that arrive without permission. Hear me clearly. He saw the moment when you wiped those tears in the parking lot and walked back inside, pretending nothing had happened. He saw it. He has seen every single one of them. The second sign is a heaviness lifting from your chest without explanation. You will wake up one morning, or you will be sitting somewhere ordinary, and you will notice that something feels lighter. You cannot point to a specific reason. Nothing changed in your circumstances. Your bills did not get paid by surprise. Your relationships did not all heal overnight. But something is lighter. This is not coincidence. This is the years downloading out of your body. You have been carrying weight for so long that it became invisible to you, like a coat you had been wearing in summer, without realizing it. And finally, the coat is slipping off. The frequency around you is changing. Your nervous system is finally exhaling. He saw the moment when you noticed the lightness and were almost afraid to trust it. He saw you. He has been waiting for you to notice. The third sign is a peace where there used to be striving. You will catch yourself in a moment when, in the past, you would have been performing. You would have been trying to convince somebody. You would have been over-explaining yourself. You would have been earning your right to be in the room. And instead of doing any of that, you will just be there, quietly, whole, not striving. This is not exhaustion. This is the arriving frequency. You stopped striving because there is nothing left to strive for. The version of you that needed to prove herself has been put down. She does not have to perform anymore. The audience she was performing for never existed in the way she thought. The Father was the only audience that ever mattered, and he was already standing. He saw the moment when you stopped explaining yourself and let the silence sit. He saw it. That moment moved his heart. The fourth sign is the collapse of your tolerance for the old drama. The conversations you used to be able to participate in, the environments you used to be able to swim in, the energy of certain people that used to feel familiar, none of it fits anymore. It is not that you have become judgmental. It is that you have become incompatible. Hear me. You cannot return to the version of yourself who could swim in that water, the version who could absorb that drama, the version who could sit in that conversation and pretend it was not draining her. That version is gone. And the grief you are feeling about losing access to certain rooms is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a sign that something is finally right. He saw the moment when you walked away from a conversation that would have consumed you a year ago. He saw you walk away. He stood up. The fifth sign is the numbers. The threes you keep seeing on the clock when you look up. The 1111 that catches your eye on a receipt. The repeating digits on license plates that show up on the days you most need to be reassured. You have started to notice a pattern, even if you have not let yourself name it. This is not your mind looking for patterns where there are none. This is the Father's signature. When language fails, when there are no words anybody can say to you that will land, he uses numbers. He uses synchronicity. He uses the small, ordinary things that anybody else would walk past, and he plants his signature inside them so that you, specifically, will see them and know. He saw the moment when you stared at the clock at 3:33 and felt something settle in you that no human voice could have settled. He saw that. He arranged the clock to show you what he needed you to know. These 5 signs are not coincidences. They are not anxiety. They are not your imagination. They are the evidence of being watched. But hear what I say next, chosen one. These signs are not the breakthrough. They are the announcement of the breakthrough. The breakthrough is what they are pointing toward, and we are about to arrive at it together. So stay with me. I need to take a moment here, chosen one, to be transparent with you about something. Because I told you at the beginning of this message that I would not waste your time, and I promised I would not let you leave without delivering what was placed in front of me, for you specifically. So, let me name something now, before another 20 minutes pass. What I am sharing with you tonight, this whole arc about the Father, and the years, and the tears, falling for the first time in years, is the heart of the message that is not changing. But there is something else I want to mention, openly and without building mystery for the sake of selling at the end. For some of you, the recognition you just felt has a frequency to it, a measurable one. Brain restoration is a 2-stage process. There is a wave that wakes the child mind that the world dimmed in you when you were 7 years old, and there is a separate wave that opens the receiving channel that adult striving slowly closed. Two researchers, in different decades, in different labs, mapped the same dual signal independently. One created a tool called the Genius Song. The other created a tool called the Wealth Signal. The first wave wakes the child within. The second wave opens what the child was always meant to receive. I am only naming them now, this early in the message, because for some of you, your body has been pulling toward an answer since this video began, and it is honest to give you that answer instead of holding it for the end. If your spirit is already feeling that pull, the path is in the description and pinned comment below. There are doors waiting there, and they are not going anywhere. For the rest of you, stay with me. We are nowhere near the heart of what tonight is about. What was just spoken is one layer of what is rising, but the layer underneath, the part your spirit has been waiting to hear, has not arrived yet. Let me bring you back into the deeper current, because there is something the Father wants to say directly. I want you to do something with me, something you may not be expecting in a video like this. I want you to listen as if the next thing being said is not coming from me. Because for the next minute or two, it is not. I am not claiming to be a prophet. I am not telling you that I speak for God. But what I am about to say to you is what the Spirit placed on my heart for you tonight. And the only honest way to deliver it is to speak it the way it was given. So, let me speak now, in the voice it came in. I saw the moment when you stopped explaining yourself to people who never asked. I saw the moment when you forgave the one who never returned. I saw the moment when you chose silence over defending what didn't need defending. I saw the moment when you got out of bed on the morning. You had nothing left, and you went to work anyway, and nobody noticed what it cost you. I saw the moment you sat in the car after a hard conversation and prayed a prayer that you thought went nowhere. It did not go nowhere. I saw the moment in the kitchen, late at night, when you whispered something into the air that you had never said out loud before. I heard it. I have been holding it ever since. I saw the moment you almost gave up. You did not give up. You did not even realize how close you were to giving up. But I saw it, and I stood with you in that moment, whether you felt me or not. I have watched, I have wept, I have waited, and tonight I weep differently. If something just shifted in you while those words were being spoken, that is not coincidence. That is not me hypnotizing you. That is recognition, meeting recognition. The Spirit confirms the things that are true. And when something true lands, the body responds. The chest opens. The shoulders drop. The eyes fill. You may have just felt one or all of those happen. None of it is random. You have been seen. You have been heard. You have been kept. This is the arc that the rest of this message is going to walk you through. Not just that you have been watched, not just that the Father has been weeping over you in the silence, but why now? Why this specific moment? Why this specific season chose tonight to break open? Why the years felt the way they did, and what they were actually doing in you all along? Because the years were doing something, chosen one. They were not random. They were not punishment. They were not a sign that anything had been forgotten about you. They were the formation. And what was formed in you through those years is the very reason the Father is weeping happy tears tonight. Stay with me. The next part of this message is where it begins to land in your bones. And in the same stillness that just settled over you, another door begins to open. The voice that just spoke into you, the one that named the moments you thought nobody had seen, has not finished. There is more it wants to say. But what comes next is not another revelation about what was watched. What comes next is the explanation of what was happening underneath all of it. Because here is what most chosen ones miss when they reach this point in their journey. They feel the recognition. They feel the witnessing. They cry the tears that arrive in random parking lots. And then their mind rushes ahead and asks the question that, until tonight, has not been answered honestly. Why did it take so long? Why did those years feel the way they did? If the Father was watching the whole time, if he saw every silent prayer, if he stood at the window of heaven and wept over you in the waiting, then why did he not move sooner? Why did the breakthrough not come 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year? Why did so much have to happen the way it happened? Listen to me, chosen one. The answer to that question is the part of this message that begins to heal something in you that nothing else has been able to heal. Because the years were not random. They were not punishment. They were not a delay. They were not the Father turning his face away. The years were the formation. There were 3 things happening in those years. 3 specific things that the Father was orchestrating in the quiet. And once you see them named, you will never look at the long season the same way again. I am not going to read these to you like a list. I am not going to say, first this, second that, third the other thing. Because what was happening in you was not a list. It was one continuous arc. One slow, patient, deliberate arc of the Father, shaping a version of you that you could not have shaped on your own. But I will name what each piece was doing, so that when you walk away from this message, you can look back at the years with clear eyes. The first thing that was happening in those years is something almost nobody talks about, and yet it is the foundation of everything else. The years were stripping the false understanding. You have to hear me carefully on this one, because it is delicate. You did not start those years empty. You started those years with a head full of assumptions. Assumptions about how God works. Assumptions about what spiritual people are supposed to look like. Assumptions about what the breakthrough was supposed to feel like when it finally arrived. Assumptions about your own worth and the conditions under which it could be granted to you. Some of those assumptions you picked up in church. Some you picked up from books. Some you picked up from teachers and pastors and well-meaning family members who passed them down without ever questioning whether they were true. Some you picked up from the culture around you. Some you made up yourself, in the dark, trying to make sense of a story that had not yet finished forming. And here is the thing about false assumptions, chosen one. They cannot just be added to. They cannot just be corrected with new information. The mind that holds them does not let go just because somebody tells it the truth. The truth has to be lived. It has to be walked. It has to be experienced in the body before it can land in the soul. So the Father, in his mercy, did the only thing he could do. He let the years strip them. Every assumption that was not true had to come up against reality and shatter. The assumption that good people do not suffer. Shattered when you suffered anyway. The assumption that prayer always changes circumstances on your timeline. Shattered when the prayer was answered, but the answer arrived 2 years later than you needed it. The assumption that the spiritual life would feel a certain way. It's shattered when it stopped feeling that way, and you wondered if you had lost your faith. the assumption that you had to earn your worthiness. Shattered again and again until you could not perform anymore and were forced to discover that something was still loving you on the days when you produced nothing at all. Each shattering felt like loss, and in one sense, it was a loss. You were losing the version of the story that made you feel safe. You were losing the version of God that was small enough to fit in your head. You were losing the version of yourself that you had been carrying around as if she were the real you. But here is what was happening at the same time, underneath the loss. Every false assumption that fell away made room. And the room is what the Father needed. Because the truth he wanted to give you, the real understanding he had been waiting decades to deliver into your spirit, was too large to land on top of the false understanding. The false understanding was occupying the space the truth needed to land in. So the only path forward was to let the false understanding go, not to debate it, not to argue with it, not to defend it. To let life walk it out of you slowly, year by year, season by season, until what was left was simple, quiet, and ready. You did not lose your faith in those years. You lost the version of faith that could not have held what was coming. Hear me when I say this. The reason it took years and not weeks is because false understanding does not leave on a fast timeline. It is sticky. It hides in your reflexes. It hides in the way you talk to yourself when you are tired. It hides in the prayers you whisper when you are afraid. The Father had to wait for life to bring up every place it was hiding, one at a time, and let the truth meet it there. He could not have rushed it without breaking you. So he let it take the time it needed, and he wept while it took the time. The second thing that was happening in those years is even more tender than the first. The years were building your receiving capacity. This one might land with a sting, because most chosen ones who hear this realize, for the first time, that they have been measuring the wrong thing all along. They have been measuring how much they have done, how much they have given, how much they have prayed, how much they have served, how much they have produced. They have been keeping a kind of unconscious ledger of their effort, hoping that the sum of the ledger would one day add up to the breakthrough they had been waiting for. But here is the truth that the years were trying to teach you, chosen one. Your effort was never the variable. The breakthrough was never on the other side of how much you could do. It was on the other side of how much you could receive. And those are not the same thing. They are almost opposite things. Doing requires you to be active, striving, reaching, pushing, earning. Performing. Receiving requires you to be still, open, soft, empty, trusting. And the chosen ones I am speaking to tonight, the ones the Father has been watching for years, were taught by the world to be very, very good at doing. You were rewarded for doing as a child, praised for it as a teenager, promoted for it as an adult. By the time you reached your 30s or 40s, you had built an entire identity around being the one who could carry what other people could not carry. You were the dependable one, the reliable one, the strong one. And in the world's economy, that identity worked. It got you where you needed to go. But in the kingdom's economy, it had a ceiling, because there is a depth of grace, a depth of provision, a depth of love that the Father wanted to give you that could not be received by the version of you that was always doing. The doing version had her hands full. There was no room for her to receive. So the Father, in his patience, began the slow work of emptying her hands, year by year. He let the projects that you thought defined you fall through, so that your hands would have to learn what it felt like to be empty. He let the relationships that you thought made you valuable end, so that your worth would stop being attached to your usefulness to other people. He let the financial scaffolding that you thought you were responsible for shake, so that you would discover, against your own resistance, that you were being held by something other than your own hustle. He let the version of you that thought she had to earn everything be exhausted to the point where she could not earn any more. That exhaustion was not a sign that something was wrong with you, chosen one. That exhaustion was the doorway. Because when the doing version of you finally collapsed from exhaustion, the receiving version of you was finally allowed to wake up. The receiving version had been there all along, underneath. She just could not get a word in. The doing version was so loud, so urgent, so always busy, that the receiving version had to wait until there was finally a quiet enough moment for her to step forward. That quiet moment was the season that broke you. The season you thought was your worst. The season you thought was where everything fell apart. The season you might still be inside of right now, or might just be coming out of. That was not the failure season. That was the receiving season being born. I want to pause here for a moment, because I know what may be happening in your body as I speak this. Some of you are nodding. You are recognizing yourself in what is being described. You are remembering specific moments when the doing version of you collapsed and you thought it was the end, and now you are starting to wonder if it was actually a beginning. Some of you are crying. The tears that have been arriving in random parking lots are arriving now, here, while I speak. Some of you are still, just still, letting the words sit in your chest the way water sits in a glass after it has stopped being shaken. All of those responses are right. None of them is wrong. You have been listening to this message for a while now. Your body is in a specific posture. Your breath has a specific rhythm. Before we continue, I want you to do something simple. Just breathe. Slowly. Nothing to receive. Nothing to release. Nothing to figure out. Just one breath that is yours and yours alone. Let what was just spoken settle into your bones for a moment. The third thing that was happening in those years is the one that, when it lands, changes the way you see yourself forever. The years were forming the version of you the father wanted to weep over. Listen carefully to this, because it is going to challenge something. The father did not weep happy tears for the striving version of you. He did not weep happy tears for the version that was producing. He did not weep happy tears for the version that was performing. He did not weep happy tears for the version that was doing everything she thought she was supposed to do, to be loved. He had compassion for her. He had patience with her. He had tenderness toward her. He held her through every breakdown she did not understand the meaning of. But the tears that are falling tonight, the happy tears, the kind that break past every dignified expression and just fall, those tears were never for the striving version. They were for the version she was becoming. Hear me on this, chosen one. There was a version of you that the Father saw before you saw her. He could see her at the end of the formation, even when you could only see yourself in the middle of it. He could see who you would be when the false understanding had been stripped, when the receiving capacity had been built, when the long arc of the years had finished its work in you. And the version he could see was the version he had been waiting for since the beginning. Not because the striving version was not loved. She was, deeply, always. The Father loved her. On every day, she could not love herself. He loved her. In every moment when she felt invisible, he loved her. In every season when she could not feel his love and assumed it was gone. But the love he had to give her was a smaller love than the love he could give the version on the other side. Not because his love changed. His love does not change, but because her capacity to receive it changed. The striving version could only receive a small amount of love before her hands got too full, and she had to go back to doing. The version she became, the version that arrived through the years, has hands that have learned how to stay open, and open hands can hold infinitely more than full hands. So when the Father weeps tonight, he is not weeping over what he hopes you will become. He is weeping over what you have already become without realizing it. The version that arrived is here. She is the one watching this video right now. She is the one whose chest just opened. She is the one whose breathing changed 3 sentences ago without her noticing. She is the one who has been quietly underneath all of it, waiting for the doing version to step aside long enough for her to be acknowledged. And tonight, she is being acknowledged. The tears falling in heaven right now are for her. Now, I want to take you somewhere. Somewhere ancient. Somewhere old enough that everything I have just told you about formation and receiving capacity and the long arc of being shaped by years has been lived already by another woman in another time, in another temple, with another set of tears nobody could explain. Her name was Hannah. You may have heard her story, you may not have. It does not matter. What matters is that what was true for her is true for you. The pattern is the same. The shape is the same. Only the details have changed. She was a woman who had been waiting on something for years. She wanted to be a mother. The desire of her heart, the longing she carried, was for a child. And year after year, that prayer went unanswered. The years passed. Birthdays came and went. She watched other women in her community become mothers while she remained without. She watched the people in her life look at her with that mixture of pity and confusion that lands on every chosen one who is in a long waiting season. She felt the silence around her where the answer was supposed to be. And every year, her family would go up to the temple to worship. Every year, she would walk into that temple carrying the weight of another year of unanswered prayer. Now, I want you to picture this scene, the way it actually was. Not the polished version, not the stained glass version, the real version. The temple was not quiet, it was busy. It was loud with the sound of priests moving back and forth, animals being prepared for sacrifice, families talking, children running. There was the smell of incense and smoke. There were people coming and going. And in the middle of all of that noise, Hannah found a corner. She sat down, or maybe she stood. The text does not say exactly, but what it does say is that she began to pray. She began to pour out everything that had been building in her chest for years. And here is the detail that almost everybody misses. When she prayed, her lips moved, but no sound came out. She had been weeping silently for so many years that she did not even know how to weep out loud anymore. The grief had gone underground in her body. The prayer had become so private, so deep, so far down, that her voice could not reach it anymore. All that was left was the moving of her lips and the shaking of her shoulders and the tears falling. Sit with that image, chosen one. A woman in a corner of a busy temple, lips moving with words that had no sound, shoulders shaking, tears falling, while everybody around her went about their ordinary business and did not notice. That is what those years looked like for you. That is what your prayer life has felt like in the deepest seasons. Lips moving, no sound, tears falling, and nobody around you understanding what was actually happening inside. But here is where the story turns. There was an old priest in the temple that day. His name was Eli. He was sitting nearby, doing his ordinary priestly business, watching people come and go, and his eyes happened to land on Hannah. He saw a woman in a corner, lips moving with no sound, weeping. And his first interpretation of what he was seeing was wrong. He thought she was drunk. That detail is important, so do not skip past it. The first witness to her grief misinterpreted her grief. He thought the depth of her weeping was a sign that something was wrong with her. He thought what looked unusual in her body must have a low explanation. He approached her not with tenderness, but with rebuke. Listen to what I am about to say. That is what some of the people in your life have done to you. In the years you have been weeping silently in the corner of your own temple. They saw your tears and called them dramatic. They saw your withdrawal and called it antisocial. They saw your sensitivity and called it instability. They saw the very thing the Father was using to form you, and they misinterpreted it the same way Eli misinterpreted Hannah. That is not a wound. That is just what happens when somebody is being formed in a way the people around them have not been formed. The misinterpretation is part of the story, but it is not where the story ends. Because Hannah did something that almost nobody talks about in this passage. She did not get defensive. She did not collapse. She did not run out of the temple, humiliated. She looked the priest in the eye, and she told him the truth. She said, in essence, I am not what you think I am. I am a woman of deep grief, pouring out my soul to the one who can hear what no one else has heard. And in that moment, something changed in Eli. He saw her. For the first time in maybe years, somebody in the visible world saw what had been happening in her invisible world. He stopped seeing the surface and started seeing the depth. And his response, once he saw, was not pity. It was blessing. He said, "Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant the petition you have made." That was it. No long prayer, no elaborate ritual, just a witness becoming a witness, and a blessing released over a woman who had been waiting years to be seen. And then she went home. Now here is what most people miss about what happened next. They focus on the result. They focus on the fact that she conceived a son and named him Samuel, and became the mother of one of the most important prophets in Scripture. But the result is not the lesson. The lesson is what happened in her between the temple and the result. Because the text tells us that after Eli blessed her, before anything had visibly changed in her circumstances, before there was any sign that her prayer had been answered, she went home and ate. She had not been eating. The grief had taken her appetite. But after she was witnessed, before the answer arrived, she ate. And the text says her face was no longer downcast. Something shifted in her in the moment of being witnessed that did not require the answer to arrive first. She did not wait for the breakthrough to feel changed. She was changed by being seen, and the breakthrough came afterward. Listen to me, chosen one. What the temple was for Hannah, this moment is for you. The years of silent tears, the lips moving with no sound, the shaking shoulders nobody noticed, the weeping in corners while ordinary life went on around you, all of that is being witnessed tonight. Not by a priest who almost missed it, by the Father who saw it from the beginning and has been weeping over it himself for years. The witnessing is happening right now, and the change does not have to wait for the answer to come. The change happens in the witnessing. Some of you can feel it happening already. Your face is shifting. Your appetite for life is coming back. Your body is remembering how to be in the world without the weight you have been carrying. You do not have to wait for any external thing to shift to know that something internal has already shifted. You are Hannah leaving the temple. The years of silent prayer have been heard. There is one more thing I want to give you in this part of our time together before we go any deeper into what is being reorganized in your life because of what just happened in your spirit. I want to give you a tool, something practical, something you can use tomorrow morning when the doubt voice arrives, because the doubt voice will arrive. That is not a threat. That is a forecast. The voice that has been talking to you in the years of formation is not going to disappear overnight just because you watched a video. But you can learn to tell its voice apart from the Father's voice. And once you learn the difference, the doubt voice loses its power over you. There are 3 questions you can ask anytime a thought lands in your head and you are not sure where it came from. 3 simple questions. They take less than 10 seconds to run through, and they will tell you, almost every time, whether what you just heard was the Father or the accuser pretending to be him. The first question is this: does this voice carry love and truth at the same time, or only one of them? Listen carefully. The Father's voice always carries both. He will tell you the truth about something hard, and the truth will be wrapped in love, even when it stings. The accuser's voice will give you one or the other, but never both. He will give you a love without truth, which is flattery, or he will give you a truth without love, which is accusation. If a voice in your head has truth in it, but no love, that is not the Father. If a voice in your head has love in it, but no truth, that is not the Father either. The Father always carries both at once, like a current carrying both warmth and direction. The second question is this: does this voice invite you, or does it accuse you? The Father's voice is always an invitation. Even when he is correcting you, he is inviting you somewhere. He is inviting you home. He is inviting you forward. He is inviting you up. The accuser's voice is always an accusation. It points at what you did, what you failed at, what you are not, and it makes you feel small enough to want to disappear. If a voice in your head is making you feel small, smaller, smaller, until you want to hide, that is not the Father. The Father makes you feel known. The accuser makes you feel cornered. The third question is this: does this voice leave you with peace and clarity, or with shame and confusion? The Father's voice leaves a wake of peace behind it. Even when it has just told you something hard, you feel grounded after he has spoken. You may still have to do something difficult, but you know what to do, and you feel held while you do it. The accuser's voice leaves a wake of shame and confusion. You feel disoriented after it has spoken. You feel like there is something wrong with you that you cannot name. You feel like you have to scramble to fix yourself before you are allowed to rest. If you walk away from a thought feeling more peaceful and more clear, that was the Father. If you walk away feeling more ashamed and more confused, that was not. 3 questions. Love and truth. Invitation. Peace. Run them anytime. A voice in your head is loud enough to make you wonder where it came from. The voice that fails the test is not the voice you have to listen to. you can let it pass through you without picking it up. It is allowed to take time learning this discernment, chosen one. The muscle was atrophied for years. You spent so long taking the accuser's voice as your own that the very act of separating from it will feel strange at first. That is fine. The strangeness is part of the learning. Give it time. But know that you have the tool now. And the next time the voice comes that says, "This will fade by Tuesday," you will know exactly which voice it is, and exactly how much weight to give it. I am going to bring this part of our time together to a close in a moment. But before I do, I want you to feel where we are in this message. We have walked through what has been watched. We have walked through what was being formed in those years. We have walked through Hannah's temple and what it means to be witnessed. We have given you a tool for tomorrow morning when the old voice tries to take it back. And what comes next is the part where the formation begins to bear visible fruit. Because what has been forming in you in private is about to begin showing up in public. There are 3 areas of your life that are about to be reorganized because of what just happened in your spirit. 3 specific places where the things that were held back are about to start moving. And not in vague language, not in generalities, but in ways you will recognize within days, not years. Stay with me through what comes next. Because the formation was internal, but the reorganization is external. And the reorganization is where the years finally begin to look like they meant something to the people around you, and not just to the father standing at the window watching. Beneath what was just witnessed, beneath the temple, beneath the years, beneath the formation, lives a current that has been moving the entire time. A current you could not see while you were inside the formation because you were too close to it, the way a river cannot see itself while it is flowing. But now that you have stepped back far enough to recognize what was being shaped in you, you are about to see what that shaping is producing on the outside of your life. The Father did not form you in private just to keep you in private. The formation was for a moment of release, and the release is beginning. Not in 5 years, not when you finally feel ready. Right now, in the season you are walking through, in the days that are unfolding around you, 3 specific areas of your life are being reorganized. And the reorganization is happening whether you have given it permission or not, because what was being held back was being held back for the version of you that has just arrived. So listen carefully to what comes next, chosen one, because what I am about to describe to you is not theory. It is the shape of the next several months of your life. The first area being reorganized is your relationships. I want you to feel the weight of that word before we go further into it. Relationships are the most tender part of any chosen one's formation because they are where the years showed up most personally. The people around you carried specific assignments in the formation. Some were there to challenge the false understanding. Some were there to exhaust the doing version. Some were there to misinterpret you, the way Eli first misinterpreted Hannah. None of them knew they were carrying these assignments. Most of them are not even aware that anything has shifted in you tonight. But the shift is going to require some of them to leave. Hear me carefully on this. What is shifting in this area is that the people who only knew the striving version of you are about to find that they no longer have access to her. Not because you are pushing them away, not because you have grown cold, because the version they had a relationship with is no longer the version you are. And without realizing it, They will begin to feel that there is somebody else in the room when they are with you. Somebody quieter, somebody less available, somebody who does not need their approval the way the old version did. For some of them, this will be intolerable. The relationship was built on the doing. The relationship was built on you being the one who held everything together. The relationship was built on you being available, agreeable, accommodating, and emotionally accessible at every hour. When you are no longer that, the relationship has nothing left to stand on. So, it will collapse. Sometimes slowly, sometimes in a single conversation, sometimes through a slow drift. You will not even notice happening until you look up one day and realize you have not heard from this person in months. What you will feel during this is grief. Real grief. The kind that does not feel proportional to the loss, because part of you will feel guilty for outgrowing them. Part of you will wonder if you should have tried harder to maintain the relationship. Part of you will replay conversations and look for the moment you could have done something different to keep them close. The guilt will sit in your chest. It will whisper that you are becoming somebody you do not recognize. It will whisper that the years made you cold. That whisper is not true, chosen one. What you are feeling is not coldness. It is incompatibility, and incompatibility is not a moral failure. It is what happens when one person grows in a direction that another person did not grow in. The grief is real. The guilt is misplaced. What you are not to do during this reorganization is try to hold them. You are not to write the long, explaining email. You are not to send the message that lays out everything you have realized about yourself in the past several months. You are not to try to bring them up to speed on who you have become so that they can love this version of you the way they loved the old one. That is not your work. That work belongs to them, if they are willing to do it. And if they are not willing, then no amount of explaining from you will change anything. It will only deplete you. You are also not to defend yourself against the misinterpretations that will come. Some of them will say, "You have changed." They will say it as if it is an accusation. The right response to that accusation is not to argue. The right response is to receive it as a confirmation. Yes, you have changed. The years did exactly what they were supposed to do. They changed you. You will not be returning to the version of yourself who was easier for them. What you are to trust during this reorganization is that those who match the version of you the Father wept over tonight are already on their way. Just when you think you are alone, just when the loss of the old relationships feels emptiest, somebody who speaks your new language will appear. They will appear in ordinary places. A conversation that goes deeper than expected. A new acquaintance who feels familiar in a way you cannot explain. A reconnection with somebody from your past who has also been formed by years they did not understand. The new relationships will not feel like the old ones. They will feel quieter, less performative, less hungry for your time, more resonant. And you will recognize them not by how loud they arrive, but by how easily you breathe in their presence. Trust the reorganization. The empty seats at the table are not punishments. They are being saved. The second area being reorganized is your purpose. This is the area where the years did some of their hardest work, and where most chosen ones reach this point of the journey, still feeling foggy about what their actual assignment is. Because purpose, in the formation seasons, has a way of going underground. You may have entered those years with a clear sense of what you were called to do. Then, somewhere in the middle of the years, that clarity dissolved. The thing you thought you were called to do stopped working, or stopped fitting, or stopped feeling alive in your body. And what replaced the clarity was a long, uncomfortable not knowing. Hear me clearly. The not knowing was not a loss of your purpose. It was a clearing of the wrong purpose to make room for the right one. The version of purpose you were holding when you entered the years was a version your striving self could carry. It made sense to her. It fit her capacity. But it was too small for the version of you that the formation was producing. So the Father, in his patience, let the smaller purpose dissolve, not because you had failed at it, because you had grown past it. What is shifting now is that the new purpose, the one that fits the version of you the Father wept over, is beginning to clarify. Not all at once. Do not expect a thunderclap of revelation. The clarifying happens in pieces, a new desire that arrives without warning, a pull toward something you would not have considered 3 years ago, a recognition that something you had brushed off as a hobby is actually the seed of something larger. A conversation in which somebody says something casual that lands in your chest and stays there for weeks. These pieces are the new purpose taking shape, and it will not look like what you expected. It will not look like what your peers are doing. It will not look like the linear, conventional career path that the world rewards. It will look stranger, more personal, more specific to the wounds you have been healed of and the truths you have been entrusted with. What you will feel during this is a kind of trembling. The trembling is readiness mixed with awe. Your body knows that what is clarifying is real. Your spirit knows that this is what the years were preparing you for. But the size of the assignment, the weight of it, the ways it will require you to be visible, vulnerable, and accountable in places you have not been before, all of that will produce a trembling in your hands. The trembling is not fear. The trembling is reverence. Old fear comes from the accuser, saying, "You cannot." Reverent trembling comes from the Spirit, saying, "You can, but you have to honor the weight of what is being given to you." There is a difference. The first one shrinks you. The second one steadies you. What you are not to do during this reorganization is rush the shape of the new purpose. You are not to force a name on it before it is ready to be named. You are not to announce it on your social media before you have walked with it long enough to know what it actually is. You are not to compare your timeline to anybody else's. The clarification of purpose has its own pace, and that pace is set by the Spirit, not by your impatience. You are also not to try to make the new purpose look like the old one to make other people more comfortable. What is being given to you may not have a job title. It may not fit on a business card. It may not be something you can explain to your family in a single sentence. That is fine. The legibility of the assignment is not your responsibility. The faithfulness to the assignment is. What you are to trust during this reorganization is that the version of you the Father just wept over is the version the assignment was waiting for. The assignment did not arrive earlier because you had not yet become the person who could carry it. Now that you have, the assignment is unfolding, not as a single dramatic announcement, but as a slow unveiling. Trust the unveiling. Trust the pieces. Trust the moments when something deep in your chest says yes to a thing you had not previously considered. The new purpose is finding its shape in you. Receive it slowly. The third area being reorganized is your provision. I want to be careful with how I speak about this, because the topic of provision has been mishandled in spiritual content for a long time. There is a kind of teaching that promises that breakthrough automatically means money flowing in. That is not what I am about to tell you. The Father is not a vending machine. Spirituality is not a transaction. The reorganization of provision is more textured than that, but it is real. And it is happening. What is shifting in this area is that what was held back from you is beginning to move. The opportunities that did not come 3 years ago are beginning to arrive. The financial doors that did not open last year are beginning to open. The income streams that you struggled to develop in the striving years are beginning to develop almost without your effort. Listen to what I am saying carefully, because the language is precise. What was held back for the receiving version of you. The Father did not withhold provision because he was punishing you. He withheld it because the doing version of you would have used it the wrong way. She would have used it to prove herself. She would have used it to perform her worth in front of people whose opinion did not matter. She would have used it to maintain a life that was already too small for her. The provision in her hands would have funded the very things the formation was trying to dismantle. So the Father waited. He waited for the receiving version to arrive, the one whose hands were open, the one who could hold provision without needing to clutch it. And now that she has arrived, he is releasing what he has been holding. What you will feel during this is confusion at first. Yes, confusion, not joy, or at least not joy alone. Because some chosen ones, when provision begins to arrive without striving, do not know how to receive it. The doing version of you spent years connecting effort to reward. So when reward begins to arrive without proportional effort, your nervous system does not believe it. You will catch yourself looking for the catch. You will catch yourself bracing for the inevitable loss. You will catch yourself wanting to bargain with the universe to make sure the provision is real before you let yourself enjoy it. The confusion is not a sign that the provision is not real. The confusion is a sign that your nervous system has not yet caught up to the new economy you are living in. What you are not to do during this reorganization is bargain to make sure it is real. You are not to engage in the unconscious test, where you sabotage the provision to see if it will return after the sabotage. The doing version of you is so used to provision being conditional on her performance that, when it arrives unconditionally, she will reflexively try to make it conditional again. Watch for that reflex. Name it when you see it. Do not act on it. You are also not to downplay what is arriving so that you do not have to deal with the discomfort of receiving. Some chosen ones, when blessing begins to arrive, immediately minimize it. They say, "Oh, this is nothing." They say, "This is just a small thing." They say, "I do not want to make a big deal out of it." That minimizing is not humility. It is the doing version of you trying to keep the provision small enough that she still has to work for it. Resist the minimizing. Receive what is given as though it actually counts, because it does. What you are to trust during this reorganization is that receiving is a discipline, and you are now ready to practice it. Receiving is not passive. It is an active spiritual posture. It requires you to stay open when the old reflex would have you close. It requires you to stay grateful when the old reflex would have you bargain. It requires you to stay present when the old reflex would have you brace. The reorganization of your provision is also the training of your receiving muscle. and the muscle gets stronger every time you practice keeping your hands open. I want to slow down here for a moment, chosen one, because we have walked through 3 areas now, and what may be happening in your body is a quiet, steady recognition. You are recognizing the relationships that have already begun to shift. You are recognizing the trembling around the new purpose. You are recognizing the reflex to bargain with the provision that is beginning to move. And you may be feeling something else at the same time. A kind of trembling that is not just about the new purpose. A trembling about the bigness of what is being said over your life tonight. Let it tremble. The trembling is the receiving capacity stretching. But before we go further, I want to take you somewhere even older than Hannah's temple, somewhere that is going to give you the language for the tears falling in heaven tonight. There is another story you may have heard. Most people who have spent any time around Scripture know it. It is the story of a son who walked away from his father. The son took his inheritance, went to a far country, spent everything, ended up feeding pigs to survive. And one day, in the middle of his lowest moment, he came to his senses. He decided to walk home. He rehearsed what he was going to say to his father. He prepared himself to ask to be received, not as a son, but as a servant, because he believed he had forfeited his right to sonship. That is the part of the story most people remember. But that is not the part I want to take you to tonight. I want to take you to a different angle of the same story. I want to take you not to where the son was, but to where the father was during all of this. Because while the son was in the far country, while he was spending the inheritance, while he was sitting in the pig pen, rehearsing his apology, where was the father? The text gives us a small detail that, if you have ever heard it preached, you may not have lingered on long enough. The father was at the window. Day after day, week after week, year after year, the father was standing at a window of the family land, watching the road that led away from home, looking for any sign that his son might be coming back. The text does not say how many days. It does not say how many years. It just tells us, almost in passing, that one ordinary afternoon, the father saw a figure on the horizon. And here is what the original text says about what happened next. The father was moved. The English translation says, he was moved with compassion. But that translation, as accurate as it is, does not carry the weight of the Greek word that the original text uses. The Greek word is splagchnizomai. Splagchnizomai. It is one of the strongest words in the entire New Testament for describing emotion. And to understand why it matters tonight, you have to understand what it actually means. The root of the word is the Greek word for the inner organs, the gut, the deepest seat of the body. When the original writer chose this word, he was not describing a polite emotion. He was not describing a refined feeling. He was describing something that happens in the deepest part of the body, where words have not yet formed, where the heart and the gut are not yet separated by language. Splagchnizomai is what happens when you see something that bends you in half. It is what happens when an emotion is so big that it does not stay in your chest. It moves into your stomach. It moves into your knees. Your whole body weeps at once. That is the word the text uses to describe what happened in the father when he saw the figure on the horizon. He did not feel a polite affection. He did not have a tender thought about his son returning. The text says his entire body was bent by what he saw. The grief and the joy and the relief and the longing of all those years at the window came up through him like a wave that could not be contained. And then he did something almost nobody focuses on. He ran. Now, I want to give you a piece of cultural context that, until you understand it, the running detail can feel almost cinematic and casual, but it was neither. In the culture of that time, in that part of the world, men of standing did not run. Running was beneath them. Running was for children, for servants, for people who had no dignity to protect. A man with land, a man with stature, a man with a household did not run. To run was to lift his robe and expose his legs to the public. To run was to look ridiculous. To run was to surrender his dignity in front of the entire community. The father in the story did all of that. He ran. He picked up his robe, and he ran past every neighbor watching from their own windows, and he ran toward a son who was still rehearsing the apology, and he reached the son before the son had spoken a single word. The son tried to deliver the speech he had been preparing for weeks. The father interrupted him. The father did not need the speech. The father had already forgiven. The forgiveness had been sitting in him, waiting to be released, since the day the son had walked away. And the running father, the splagnidzomai father, the father with his whole body, bent by joy, was weeping. Hear what I am about to say, chosen one. What was true for that father is true for the Father, standing at the window of heaven over your life tonight. He has been watching the road. He has been watching every day, every season, every year, for the moment of your return, not the return from sin in some moralistic sense. The return from misunderstanding yourself. The return from the false version of who you thought you were. The return from the striving identity to the receiving identity. The return from believing you had to earn what was already given. And tonight, the figure on the horizon is you. You have come into view of the Father's window. He has seen you on the road. And the splagnidzomai is happening in him right now. The deepest weeping, the whole body bending, the dignity surrendered, the robe lifted, the running. Listen to what I am about to deliver to you. Because in this moment, the Spirit is asking me to step out of the way and let what has been forming behind this entire message finally be spoken in the voice it came in. Hear me carefully now. I have watched you on the road since the day the formation began. I have not turned away from the window in years. I have seen every step you took toward home, even the ones you did not realize you were taking. I have seen the days when you walked toward me without knowing you were walking. I have seen the nights when you whispered something in the dark that you did not believe I had heard. I heard it. I have been waiting. I have wept compassionate tears as you misunderstood yourself. I have wept patient tears as you walked the long way around what I was trying to teach you. I have wept, waiting tears as I held back what I was preparing for, the receiving version of you, because I knew the doing version would not have known what to do with it. But tonight, your soul whispered, yes, to a truth I have been waiting to deliver into you for so many years. You finally understood something. You finally understood that you do not have to earn what was already given, that the love I have for you is not on the other side of any performance, that you cannot make me love you more than I already do, and you cannot do anything to make me love you less. The love is not adjustable. The love is not earned. The love simply is. And tonight, you understood that. You finally understood that the years were not against you. They were for you. They were not the silence of an absent father. They were the patience of a father who knew what was on the other side of the formation and could not rush you there without breaking you. The years were a long, slow act of love that you mistook for distance. You finally understood who I have been all along, and who you have been to me. You have not been a project I was trying to fix. You have not been a debt I was waiting to collect on. You have not been a subject I was evaluating from the window. You have been a child I have been longing for. You have been a daughter. You have been a son. You have been a chosen one whose return I have been waiting to celebrate since before you took your first step toward me. And the moment your soul whispered yes to all of that, in the silence of this video, in the privacy of this room, in the quiet of your own chest, I covered my face with my hands, and I wept. Not patient tears, not waiting tears, not compassionate tears, happy tears. For the first time in years, take a breath, chosen one. Just one, real, slow. Let what just landed actually land. Do not rush past it. Do not move the screen. Do not check anything. Just sit in what was just spoken over you. You are watched. You are wept over. You are running into. I am going to bring my own voice back into the message in just a moment. But first, I want to give you another moment of stillness, because what was just spoken does not absorb if you rush it. The chest needs time. The body needs time. Let the words sit. Now, hear me, chosen one. Because what comes next is what I promised you when this message began. I told you that by the end, you would understand what tries to take this back from you and how to keep it from being taken. So I have to tell you what is coming. What is coming is the morning after. The morning after a moment like this is the most dangerous part of any spiritual encounter, because the encounter itself produces a kind of clarity that, in the moment, feels permanent. You feel held. You feel known. You feel seen. You feel like you will never doubt this again. And then you wake up tomorrow, and the room is the same as it was yesterday. The bills are still there. The work emails are still there. The relationships that were strained yesterday are still strained today. The body that was tired yesterday is still tired today. And in that ordinary morning, a voice will arrive. The voice will not announce itself. It will not say, "Hello, I am here to take back what you received last night." It will sound like your own thoughts. It will sound reasonable. It will sound careful. And it will say something like this: "Why would the Father weep over me specifically?" That is the first script. Listen for it. The voice will frame it as humility. It will say, "I am not special enough for that. There must be millions of people watching that video." The message was probably generic. It was probably just a comfort message. It was probably not actually about me. The voice will sound reasonable. It will sound like the kind of thing a humble person would think. That voice is not humility, chosen one. That voice is the accuser, dressed as humility. Because real humility does not deny the love it has been given. Real humility receives the love and is undone by it. The voice that tells you the love was not really for you, that it was generic, that it was probably a mistake, is not your humility. It is your old identity protecting itself from being changed. Recognize it when it comes. Run the 3 questions on it. Does it carry love and truth at the same time? or just an accusation dressed as a question? Is it inviting you, or is it shrinking you? Is it leaving you with peace and clarity, or with shame and confusion? You will know. The second script will sound something like this. What if I am reading divine emotion into ordinary feelings? The voice will frame it as intellectual rigor. It will say, you do not actually know if any of that was real. You do not have evidence. You felt something during a video. People feel things during videos all the time. That does not mean it was the father weeping. That just means you were emotionally moved by good content. This script is more sophisticated than the first. It does not deny that you felt something. It just denies what you felt was about. It tries to translate the spiritual encounter into a psychological event, and then dismiss the spiritual interpretation as projection. Hear me. The body knows when it has been witnessed. The chest knows when it has opened. The breath knows when it has been changed. The tears know when they have been seen. You can call all of that psychology if you want, but psychology and spirit are not as separated as the modern mind pretends. The body responding is not evidence against the spiritual reality. It is the spiritual reality showing up in the only way it knows how to show up, through you. Do not let the second voice intellectualize away what your body already knows. The third script is the most cruel. It will say something like this. Maybe I have not actually got it. Maybe I just felt something for a moment. Maybe the real proof of getting it would be visible right now in some external way, and since it is not, the getting was probably not real. The voice will demand evidence that the moment was permanent. It will demand that something visible change immediately to verify what happened internally. And if nothing visible changes within 24 hours, the voice will use the lack of visible change as proof that the moment was a delusion. Do not let the third voice tie your knowing to external proof. What you got tonight is not evidenced by what changes tomorrow. It is evidenced by the fact that you cannot unknow it. You will try to forget it. You will try to dismiss it. You will try to talk yourself out of it. And underneath every attempt, the knowing will still be there. That is the proof that it was real. The fourth script is the long game version. This will fade by Tuesday. The voice will be patient with this one. It will not strike right away. It will wait. It will let you have a few days of feeling held. And then somewhere around the third or fourth day, when the initial intensity has softened, it will whisper, "See, I told you, it is fading. It was just a feeling. Now, it is gone." But fading is not disappearing. The intensity of the encounter is supposed to soften. That softening is not a loss. That is integration. The encounter moves from being a peak experience to being a baseline truth. The peak fades because it is becoming the floor. The floor was higher than yesterday's floor. That is the point. You do not need to keep the peak intensity to keep the truth. So when the voice says, "It is fading," you can answer back, "It is not fading. It is integrating." Now, hear what I am going to say next, because it is important. What I am about to give you is permission. And permission may feel like a strange thing to need, but you do need it. Because the doing version of you, the one we have been talking about all night, is going to resist what was given to you tonight. She is going to try to find a way to earn it. She is going to try to find a way to make it conditional on her future performance. She is going to try to keep her hands full so she does not have to live with the discomfort of having open hands. So, I am going to give her permission to put her hands down. You are allowed to receive what you did not earn. You are allowed to be witnessed without explaining yourself. You are allowed to outgrow the version of you who could not yet receive. You are allowed to let the happy tears land without flinching. You are allowed to be the reason the Father wept tonight. And you do not owe anybody an apology for finally getting it. Take that in slowly. You do not owe anybody an apology for arriving. You do not owe anybody an explanation for the way the years shaped you. You do not owe anybody a justification for the version of you that has just stepped forward. The receiving version is allowed to be here without producing anything to defend her existence. That is the permission. Carry it with you. Tomorrow morning, when the doubt voice arrives, this permission is what you stand on. Not effort, not cleverness, not a counter-argument to the doubt. Just the simple fact that you have been given permission, and the permission is not yours to revoke. We are about to enter the most important section of this entire message. Before I show you what the Father is asking you to receive next, because there is something He is asking you to receive, there is one more thing that has to be named. And what comes next is the part of this message that, if you only stay for one section between now and the closing, you should stay for this one. Because what comes next is where the years finally meet the assignment they were preparing you for. Stay with me. Before I show you what the Father is asking you to receive next, I want to bring everything we have walked through tonight back to ground. Because what just happened in your spirit was big, and big moments need a moment of plain ground underneath them, or they float away. So, let me say what we have actually covered, in the simplest language I can use. The years felt the way they felt because three things were happening in you at the same time. The first thing was that the false understanding you had carried into those years was being slowly stripped, not because you were failing, because the truth that was coming was too large to land on top of the false. The years made room. Every collapse, every shattered assumption, every moment when something you believed about God or yourself stopped working, was the room being made. The second thing was that your receiving capacity was being built. The doing version of you, the one that earned everything, performed everything, carried everything, had to be exhausted to the point where she could not carry anymore. Because as long as she was carrying, the receiving version of you could not wake up. The exhaustion was the doorway. The collapse was the doorway. What you thought was the worst season was actually the receiving version of you being born. The third thing was that the version of you, the Father, wanted to weep over. The version of you he had been waiting for since before the years began was being formed through everything that happened. She was not a future possibility. She is who you have already become. She is who is sitting in this seat, right now, hearing this message. So, what you got tonight, what your soul whispered yes to, in the silence of this room, was three truths at once. You do not have to earn what was already given. The years were not against you, they were for you. The Father has loved you the whole time, and tonight He weeps because you finally let yourself believe it. That is what got received. That is what cannot be unreceived. And the version of you that is on the other side of receiving it is the version of you the rest of your life is going to be lived from. Now, let me say one more thing before we go further. For some of you, what just happened in your spirit was deep, and the deepest part of it is not something you can do anything with. It is just the witnessing. The witnessing is enough. You do not have to act on it. You do not have to add anything to it. You can sit with it, walk with it, carry it into tomorrow without doing one more thing. But for others of you, your body is asking a different question right now. Your body is asking, what is the next step? What is the support? What is the next thing the Father is putting in front of me to help me carry what I just received? If that is the question rising in you, then what comes next is for you. I want to take you somewhere first, not to a story this time, to something more foundational, something about who you have been all along that you may not have heard named in this language before. Listen to me carefully, chosen one. You were not born ordinary. You were not born a tired adult who would later have to become a chosen one through effort. You did not start your life as the striving version we have been describing all night. The striving version came later. She was a coat the world helped you put on. But underneath the coat, before any of the formation began, before any of the years had touched you, you were something else. You were a child of light. I do not mean that in a sentimental way. I mean it in a measurable way, because there is a frequency that all children have in their brain in the early years of life that scientists have actually mapped. It is called gamma. Gamma is the frequency of curiosity, of openness, of learning without effort, of believing in the magical. Gamma is what makes a child able to learn a language faster than an adult. Gamma is what makes a 4-year-old believe she can become anything. Gamma is what makes the world feel alive in a way that adults forget. And there is a second frequency. A second frequency that all children also have, fully active in those same early years. It is called alpha. Alpha is the frequency of receiving, of being held, of being given to without having to earn it, of believing without questioning that what is needed will come. A child does not strain to receive love. A child does not perform to be fed. A child does not bargain to be carried when she is tired. The alpha state is the state of natural receiving. When you were small, both of those frequencies were on. You were a child whose mind was wide open and whose hands were ready to receive. That was your natural state. That was the state the Father designed you in. That is what it means to be a child of light. Not just innocence. Not just sweetness. A specific neurological reality of curiosity and reception, working together. And then the world dimmed both of them. Around age 7, the first one began to fade. The world calls it the decline effect. School began. Structure began. The pressure to give the right answer instead of explore. The question began. Your gamma started to quiet. The wide open mind started to narrow. The curiosity started to be replaced by the need to be correct. Year by year, it dimmed. By the time you were an adult, your gamma was a fraction of what it had been when you were small. The child mind in you was not gone. She was just sleeping. And then the second frequency began to close. Adult life. Bills. Responsibilities. The slow accumulation of stress. What scientists call the stress signal began to overactivate the parts of your brain that were meant to be quiet. And when those parts ran too loud, the alpha state, the receiving state, began to close down. Not all at once. Slowly. The drawbridge between you and what you were meant to receive began to lift. The channel through which the kingdom flows in began to narrow. By the time you were in your 30s or 40s, the receiving channel was barely open. So when you ask why you have struggled, why you have striven, why you could not seem to receive what you knew you were called to receive, this is part of the answer. The child of light, you were born, as had been dimmed, in two specific ways. The child mind had been put to sleep. The receiving channel had been closed. And every meditation you tried, every visualization you attempted, every spiritual tool that promised to help, was only working on one of those two things at a time. None of them were addressing both. So you would feel a glimpse of progress in one direction and then bump up against the wall in the other direction and assume you had failed. You did not fail. The tools you had been given were not designed for what was actually happening in you. There is a teacher who said, long ago, that the kingdom of heaven belongs to those who become like little children. Most people who have read those words assumed he was speaking metaphorically. He was not. Or rather, he was, not only. He was describing a state, a specific way the body and the mind are organized when the child of light is awake and receiving. And what he was pointing to, what most people missed, is that the path back to that state is not effort, it is restoration. The child of light you were is still in there. Both frequencies are still possible to wake. They have been quiet for a long time, but they have not died. And what you finally got tonight, the truth that broke open in you, is the spiritual prerequisite for the restoration to actually take. Because no one can be restored back to a child mind while she still believes she has to earn her way home. You do not have to earn your way home. The way home is being walked in you tonight. So now let me speak about what comes next, because for some of you, your body is already pulling toward an answer. I want to share a story with you, not a long one, just one. There is a woman, 43 years old, a teacher in Texas, who spent a decade helping other people grow while she felt completely stuck herself. She used to describe her own brain as running at 30% capacity. She could see other people moving forward. She could see her students going on to do things she had been dreaming of doing herself. But she could not seem to access the version of her own mind that knew how to move. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of sitting still for 7 minutes a day, listening to a specific audio with headphones, and her child mind began to wake. Ideas started arriving without her chasing them. A decision she had been deferring for an entire year was made in a single morning. She did not become a different person. She became the person she had been underneath all along, finally accessible to herself again. The audio she listened to is called The Genius Song. It exists because of a neuroscientist named Dr. Lake, who spent 34 years researching why the gamma frequency, the child mind frequency, gets suppressed in adult life and how it can be reactivated. His research came out of work done at MIT, Princeton, Harvard, and several other leading research institutions. What he discovered, and what he eventually built, is a 7-minute audio track that uses brain entrainment, a technology of binaural sound delivery, to gently bring the gamma frequency back online. You put on headphones. You close your eyes. You listen for 7 minutes. The audio does the work. The Genius Song does not turn you into somebody you are not. It wakes the version of you that was already there. The child mind, the curious one, the open one, the one who was your natural state before the world helped you put on the coat. The reactivation is not effort. It is just sitting still while the frequency comes back. I want to tell you one thing about this, openly, in the same voice the rest of this message has been spoken in. When you choose this path, you may at some point encounter something else, an extension that goes deeper, called the youthful brain. It is used by chosen ones who have walked this restoration further and want to maintain the child mind state across the long arc of their life. You will see it after you secure the genius song, only if your spirit pulls you toward it. The original alone is complete. The youthful brain is for those whose path requires them to keep the child mind awake into the years ahead. If your spirit confirms it, take it. If not, leave it. The original is already enough. Now, hear me carefully. Because the genius song addresses the first thing the world dimmed in you, the child mind. Gamma reactivation. The decline effect reversed. The version of you that learns easily, that wonders easily, that creates easily, coming back online. But the child mind waking up is not the whole story. A child whose mind has woken up but who still cannot receive is a child who has been awoken into hunger. She is curious again. She is open again. She wants to learn again. But the channel through which what she needs comes in is still closed. So she wakes up, looks around, sees the table, and cannot reach for what is on it. That is what some of you have already experienced when you have tried to wake the child mind alone. You felt the curiosity return. You felt the openness come back. But the actual provision, the actual opportunities, the actual relationships, the actual money, the actual energy you needed to live from the child mind did not arrive, or arrived in trickles. Or arrived, but slipped away before you could hold it. Because what is reaching for life is your child mind, and what is supposed to receive life is your alpha channel, and they are not the same system. The receiving channel was closed by something different. It was closed by the stress signal, the overactive beta frequency, the adult survival mode that has been running in the background of your nervous system for so long that it has become invisible to you. You do not feel it as stress anymore. You feel it as normal life. But it is not normal. It is the receiving channel staying closed because the body is too busy bracing. There is a second researcher, a neuroscientist named Dr. Newton, who came out of Stanford and broke from the establishment to release research that the establishment did not want released. His work, supported by research at Stanford, Boston University, Harvard, and other research institutions, focused on something different from Dr. Lake's work. He was not focused on gamma. He was focused on alpha. He was focused on the receiving channel. He was focused on the stress signal that was keeping it closed. What Dr. Newton built is called the wealth signal. It is a 5-minute audio. You listen to it through headphones with your eyes closed, sitting still. The audio is designed to deactivate the stress signal in your brain, to bring beta back to a calm baseline, to reopen the alpha channel that has been closed by years of adult survival mode. But the audio is only one part of it. There is a second component, a 9-word phrase drawn from a wisdom tradition over 3,300 years old that you repeat softly while the audio plays. The combination of the two, the audio and the words, was designed to bypass something Dr. Newton mapped specifically called neural rigidity. Neural rigidity is the part of your brain that has gotten stuck in the closed channel position. The audio loosens it. The words guide the loosening into a specific direction. And what opens on the other side is the receiving channel. This is what you become able to do once that channel is open. You become able to receive provision without bargaining for it. You become able to receive love without performing for it. You become able to receive opportunity without earning it twice. You become able to receive the answer to the prayer you have been praying for years, because you finally have a body that knows how to take an answer in. Listen to what I am about to say carefully. Become like little children, and the kingdom flows in. That is what was being pointed to all those centuries ago. The kingdom does not arrive through striving. The kingdom flows into a body that knows how to receive. And the body that knows how to receive is the body of a child, the body of a child of light, the body that has its child mind awake and its receiving channel open. If you choose to walk this path, you may at some point encounter another extension, this one for the receiving channel, called Wealth Signal Accelerator. It is used by many chosen ones already on this path, the ones whose path requires the receiving channel to be opened wider and faster. You will see it after you secure the wealth signal, only if your spirit confirms. The original alone is complete. The accelerator is for those whose path goes deeper. If it does not speak to you, leave it. And one last note about both. A small group of chosen ones who walk the furthest combine the wealth signal accelerator with the youthful brain together. The two amplifications working in tandem. You will encounter both after you secure the originals, only if your spirit calls them forward. The originals alone are complete. The combination is reserved for those whose path requires going deeper than most. It is not the default. It is not the recommended path for most chosen ones. It is just there, in case your spirit names it. Now, I want to slow down and speak to the part of you that has questions. Because you are not the first chosen one to reach this point in this kind of message and feel a wave of hesitation rise. The hesitation is honest. It is not weakness. It deserves to be addressed directly. The first thing some of you are thinking is, I have tried other things. I have tried meditation. I have tried yoga. I have tried manifestation courses. I have tried affirmations. I have tried programs that promised similar things. None of them worked the way they said they would. Why would this be different? The honest answer is two-layered. The first layer is mechanism. Meditation, yoga, healing sounds, affirmations, all of those tools require your brain to change itself from the inside out. That is slow. That is uncertain. That depends on your discipline, your consistency, your ability to push through the resistance of a brain that does not want to change. Brain entrainment and brain frequency calibration work from the outside in. The audio carries a specific signal. Your brain entrains to that signal whether your discipline is strong or not. It is not asking your brain to do the work. It is doing the work for your brain. The second layer is sequence. Most of the tools you have tried were single-frequency tools. They targeted one thing. They tried to wake the child mind, or they tried to lower stress, or they tried to teach affirmation. None of them addressed both frequencies in the order that actually works. The genius song first, to wake the child mind. The wealth signal second, to open the receiving channel. The order matters. Without the order, the work does not compound. That is the real difference. The second thing some of you are thinking is, this all sounds too good. Why have I not heard of this before? The honest answer is that you live in a world whose systems do not benefit from your child mind being awake and your receiving channel being open. A child of light who has been restored is harder to manipulate, harder to keep compliant, harder to keep consuming, harder to keep under-earning, undescribed. There are reasons that research about how the child mind gets dimmed has not been broadcast widely. There are reasons that research about how the receiving channel gets closed has stayed under the surface. The reasons are not conspiratorial in some dramatic sense. They are economic. The economy you live in functions better when chosen ones do not know what was taken from them. That is why you have not heard of this before. The third thing some of you are thinking is, I am not in a position to spend money on this right now. I want to address that with honesty. There are tools in this category that cost $300 per biofeedback session. There are programs that run thousands of dollars over 12 weeks. There are weekend retreats that ask hundreds of dollars before you have even arrived. The two audios I am describing tonight are not in that range. They are in the range that most chosen ones can afford, even in tight seasons, if their spirit is genuinely calling them toward them. But that does not mean every chosen one listening to this should buy them tonight. Some of you are not meant to. Some of you are meant to walk forward with what you got from this message alone. And the message alone is complete. The audios are not a requirement. They are a path. If your spirit does not confirm, the path is not yours to walk right now. The fourth thing some of you are thinking is something only chosen ones in this specific situation think. You are wondering, why 2 audios and not 1? Is this really one product split into 2 to make me buy more? The honest answer is no. They were developed by 2 different researchers in 2 different decades, in 2 different research traditions. They address 2 different brain frequencies. They address 2 different problems. One wakes the child mind, the other opens the receiving channel. They are not 2 halves of one thing. They are 2 different things that compound when used together in the right order. You can choose to start with one. Many chosen ones do. If your child mind feels the most dim, if the brain fog and the buried potential is your loudest pain, you can start with the Genius Song alone. That is an honored entry point. The first wave of restoration, walked alone, is enough for some. If your child mind feels alive, but you cannot reach for what is yours, if your problem is not curiosity, but receiving, you can start with the wealth signal alone. That is a rarer path for those whose child mind survived the years more intact, but whose receiving channel is the closed door. Most chosen ones will recognize, when they sit with the question, that both restorations are needed. The child mind needs to be awakened, and the channel needs to be opened. The 2 compound each other in a way that walking only one of them does not. The teacher said, "Become like little children, and then receive." Both halves of that sentence point to a different door. So 3 doors are revealed tonight. The first door is restoration. The child mind alone. The Genius Song, for those who feel the dimmed mind most. The second door is reception, for the receiving channel alone. The wealth signal, for those whose child mind is alive, but whose receiving channel has closed. The third door is the complete restoration. Both audios, the 2-wave path, for those whose spirit recognizes that both doors lead to the same kingdom, and that walking both is the path the years were preparing them for. The third door is what most chosen ones who reach this point choose to walk through, not because of pressure, because the formation has already shown them that both halves of the kingdom belong to them. Become like little children and receive. The third door honors both halves of what was spoken. The path is below this video. In the description, in the pinned comment. The 3 doors are placed there for those whose spirit pulls toward any one of them. Your spirit knows which door is yours. Hear me on something else before we move toward the close. What was placed in front of you tonight is real. It is also vulnerable, because the existence of these audios, the existence of this research, the existence of these tools has attracted imitations. Other websites, other names, other counterfeits that look similar but do not carry the actual technology. A copycat audio without the binaural calibration is not the same as the genius song. A copycat audio without the brain frequency calibration is not the same as the wealth signal. The difference is not branding. The difference is whether or not the technology is actually inside the file. The only path to the originals, with the full technology, with the full bonuses, with the 90-day money-back guarantee, is the link below this video, in the description. In the pinned comment. I want to protect you from spending time, energy, or money on something that looks similar but does not carry the weight. So, if you go searching for these tools elsewhere and you find something cheaper or something different, that is not the original. The originals are only at the path placed below this video. That is the protection. Now hear what I say next, because this is where the moment lands. Take a breath. Just one. Slowly. I am not going to ask you to make a decision right now under pressure. I do not believe in decisions made under pressure. They are not real decisions. They are reactions, and reactions get reversed by the morning. What I am going to ask you to do is something simpler. I want you to put your hand on your chest, right now, where you are sitting, where you are lying, wherever you are watching this. Just one hand, where the heart is. Close your eyes for one moment. This is not a pricing decision. This is not a transactional question. This is not me trying to convince you of something. This is your spirit, in the quiet, asking which door is yours. Let it ask. The first door, restoration of the child mind alone. The second door, reception of the receiving channel alone. The third door, the complete restoration. Both. All 3 are honored. All 3 are real paths. All 3 lead toward home. Your spirit knows. Open your eyes when you are ready. The 3 doors are placed below this video for whichever one your spirit pointed toward. In the description, in the pinned comment. Step into the door that calls you when you are ready. Now, let me bring you back into the deeper part of the message. Because what just happened, what was placed in front of you, was a path. But the path is only one piece of what was given to you tonight. There is more that has not yet been spoken. There is a blessing I promised you. When this message began, there is a commissioning that has not yet been delivered. I want you to take a moment of stillness with me here. You have been listening for a long time. The message has carried weight. Your body has been doing real spiritual work. Even while you have been sitting still, you are allowed to feel what you feel. You are allowed to need a moment. Just breathe. Notice that you are still here. Notice that whatever was meant to land has landed. Notice that the room around you is the same as it was when this message began, but you are not the same. Stay with me through what is coming, because before this message ends, I am going to speak something over your life that is the entire reason you were brought here tonight. The closing is the gift. Everything before it has been preparation for the closing. Stay until the final breath. What comes next is where the years finally meet the version of you who got it, and that meeting is the blessing. And now the words begin to gather toward the close. Everything that has been spoken tonight has been moving toward this moment. The witnessing in the opening, the formation of the years, the temple where Hannah wept silently, the running father with his face wet from joy, the path placed below this video for those whose spirit confirmed it. All of it has been preparation. All of it has been ground being laid for what is about to be spoken over your life. So take a breath with me. Settle into the seat you are in. Let your shoulders drop one more time. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands rest. The work of receiving has been done. What remains is the seal. I want you to hear something before we go into the closing, because the version of you that opened this video and the version of you sitting here right now are not the same person. Something has shifted. Something has settled. Something has been named that, until tonight, was nameless. And I want you to feel the distance between who you were when this began and who you are at this moment, because the distance is the proof. What felt like years of being unseen was actually years of being watched. What felt like silence was actually preparation for a whisper. What felt like delay was actually divine timing, arriving on your timeline and not on theirs. What felt like striving without arrival was actually emptying for receiving. What felt like the version of you that did not matter was actually the version the Father was forming. What felt like the moment you almost gave up was actually the moment heaven stood up to applaud. Take that in. Each one of those reframings is a piece of the years being given back to you. The years were not what you thought they were. They were not loss. They were not punishment. They were not the Father's silence. They were the slow, patient, tender labor of a love that knew exactly what was on the other side of the formation and would not rush you there. You walked through the years. The years walked through you. And what is left on this side of them is something the world cannot replicate and cannot manufacture. It can only be formed. And it has been formed in you, through you, as you. Now hear me, chosen one, because there is something you carry now in your bones that you did not carry when those years began. And the Father wants me to name it for you, so that you can carry it consciously instead of carrying it without recognizing what it is. You carry truth, not just information about truth, not just opinions about truth. Truth itself, as a quality, has lodged in you. The years stripped the false out of you and left the true. So when you walk into a room now, when you sit across from somebody, when you listen to somebody describe their life, you can feel what is real and what is not. You can feel when somebody is performing and when somebody is being. You can feel when a relationship is built on something solid and when it is built on convenience. You did not earn that perception. The years gave it to you, and from this point forward, You are going to be one of the people in your circle, in your family, in your community, who can tell the difference. That is a sacred function. Carry it with care. The truth carrier is rarely the most popular person in the room, but the truth carrier is the one whose presence shifts the temperature without having to say a word. That is who you have become. You also carry medicine, because every wound the years gave you, every season that broke you, every loss you thought was the end of you, has metabolized into something that can be given to other people who are now where you used to be. You did not waste the suffering. The suffering became substance. The substance became wisdom. The wisdom is now medicine, and your life is going to begin meeting people who need exactly the medicine you carry. You will not have to find them. They will find you. They will be drawn to you, the way somebody who is bleeding is drawn to somebody who knows how to dress a wound. You will not always know what to say. That is fine. The medicine is not in the words. The medicine is in your presence. The presence of somebody who has walked through what they are walking through and lived. The wounded healer does not heal by performing wholeness. The wounded healer heals by being honest about the wounds while standing on the other side of them. That is who you are. You also carry an ending. I want you to hear that carefully, because some patterns die in your generation, and you are the one whose life is going to be the place where they die. Generational patterns of believing love is conditional. Generational patterns of striving for worth that was already yours. Generational patterns of treating God like a manager to be impressed instead of a father to be received by. Generational patterns of carrying tears in silence because your mother carried them in silence and her mother carried them in silence before her. Those patterns are ending in you, not because you are perfect, because you are aware. The cycle does not have to be broken in dramatic ways. It is broken every time you choose, in a small ordinary moment, to live a different way than the people who came before you lived. The people who come after you, whether they are your children or your students or the ones who watch your life from a distance, will inherit the new pattern. They will inherit the receiving. They will inherit the witnessing. They will inherit the freedom you fought for without realizing you were fighting for them. That is who you are. And finally, you carry a bridge, because there is a version of you that did not yet get it, and there is a version of you that does. The two versions are not strangers to each other. The one who got it remembers what it felt like not to, and that memory is the bridge. You are going to meet other chosen ones in the years ahead who are still in the version that did not yet get it. And because you remember, you will be able to walk with them, not above them, not lecturing them, just walking beside them until they cross the same bridge you crossed. The bridge cannot be walked alone. Somebody had to walk it before you, and somebody walked it with you. And now somebody else is going to walk it with you in front of them. That is who you are. The truth carrier, the wounded healer, the cycle breaker, the bridge. These are not aspirations. These are descriptions. They are who you have already become. Now, I want you to do something with me. Wherever you are sitting, wherever you are lying, wherever you have been listening, you do not need to move. You do not need to get up. You do not need to find anything. Everything we are about to do, we are going to do in your imagination. Close your eyes if you can. If you are driving, just keep your eyes on the road, and do this with the part of you that does not need eyes to see. In your mind, I want you to walk to a window. You know the window. It is the window we have been talking about all night. The window the Father has been standing at for years, watching the road that leads from the far country back home. You have only ever seen this window from the outside, from the road, from the long walk back. You have never seen it from where the Father has been standing. Tonight, walk to it. In your imagination, place yourself on the other side of the glass. Let yourself stand exactly where he has been standing. Let yourself see what he has been seeing all these years. You see a road. The road is the road of your life. The road is dust and gravel and footprints. The road is uneven and long and curving. And on that road, you see a figure. The figure is you. The figure is you, walking through the years. The figure is you on the days you almost gave up. The figure is you on the nights you cried in the kitchen. The figure is you on the mornings you got out of bed when nothing in you wanted to. The figure is you forgiving people who never apologized. The figure is you praying prayers nobody heard. The figure is you sitting in cars at red lights with tears running down your cheeks while the radio played in the background. The figure is you walking the long road home without ever knowing for sure if there was a home at the end. Now turn. In your imagination, turn from the window and look at the one who has been standing there with you. Look at the Father. Let yourself see his face. His face is wet. His face is wet with tears, but the tears are not what you expected. They are not tears of disappointment in you. They are not tears of judgment. They are not the tears of a father who has been frustrated with how long it took you to get home. They are happy tears. They are the tears of a father who has been waiting for the moment you finally turned and saw him standing here. The moment you finally let yourself believe that he has been here the whole time. The moment you finally received the love that has been pouring out of this window toward you for every step of the journey. This is what he has been waiting for, not for you to arrive at home, for you to know he has been watching the whole time. Notice what your body is doing. Notice the heat behind your eyes. Notice the place in your chest that is opening. Notice the breath that has slowed without you having to ask it to slow. Notice that your shoulders have dropped half an inch since you walked to the window in your mind. This is the seal. This is the moment being placed inside you, where it will stay, where it will be retrievable any time the doubt voice comes for it. You can walk to the window again, in your imagination, anytime you need to. You can stand on the other side of the glass and see the road, and see yourself walking, and see the Father weeping happy tears. The image is yours now. Carry it with you. When you are ready, in your own time, let your eyes open again, or, if you are driving, let yourself come back to the road in front of you. There is no rush. The seal is not going anywhere. Now, I am going to deliver to you what I promised you when this message began. The blessing, the commissioning, the reason this video was placed in front of you tonight. I want you to listen with the part of you that has been doing the listening all night. But I also want you to listen with something deeper. Listen with the part of you that received the witnessing. Listen with the part of you that finally got it. Because what is about to be spoken is for that part of you, the receiving part, the version the Father has been weeping over. Take a real breath with me. Father, there is something settling in this chosen one tonight. something that has been forming through years that did not feel like formation. Something that has been waiting for the silence in this room to be deep enough to land. Tonight, the silence is deep enough. Tonight, the heart is open enough. Tonight, the hands are unclenched enough. So we begin here. We do not begin with a request. We begin with a witnessing. Father, you have seen every silent prayer this chosen one has prayed. You have seen the tears wiped in parking lots before walking back inside. You have seen the prayers whispered in cars at red lights when nobody else was watching. You have seen the breakdowns in bathrooms with the shower running. You have seen the holidays smiled through while something inside ached. You have seen the years of carrying without complaint. You have seen the moments of almost giving up that nobody else ever knew about. You have seen all of it. And tonight, we name what has been seen. We name the cost. We name the weight. We name the patience. We do not minimize what these years have asked. We honor what they have asked. We honor the chosen one who paid the cost without ever knowing if anybody was keeping count. You were keeping count every day, every tear, every prayer, every choice, to keep going. When nothing in this chosen one wanted to keep going, you kept count. And tonight, the count is being given back. Now, we move to release. There is a coat that has been worn for too long. A coat sewn out of the years of feeling unseen. A coat made heavy by the assumption that nobody knew the cost. A coat that has been worn so long that the body forgot it was wearing one. In this moment, the coat slips from the shoulders. It does not have to be torn off. It does not have to be fought against. It simply slips, the way a coat slips when somebody finally remembers. They are inside, and the room is warm, and there is no need to brace anymore. The coat falls, and the body underneath, the body that has been hidden by the coat for years, is allowed to be visible again. The years of feeling unseen are released, not forgotten, not erased, released. They have done their work. They have formed what they were sent to form. They are no longer needed. As a coat, they become a memory now, a memory that lives in the bones, that informs the wisdom, but that is not the costume anymore. The costume is gone. Take a breath in. Take a breath out. Now, we move to activation. Father, we call forward the version of this chosen one that you have been weeping over tonight, the receiving version, the version with open hands, the version whose child mind is waking and whose receiving channel is opening. We call her forward. We call him forward. We name them present. We activate the assignment that has been waiting for this version to arrive. The assignment that did not come in earlier years because it was waiting for the version of this chosen one who could carry it without striving. That version is here. The assignment is no longer being held. The assignment is unfolding. We activate the relationships that match this version. The ones who speak the new language. The ones who do not require performance. The ones who recognize what was formed in the years. We name them already on their way. We name the empty seats at the table being saved for them. We name the ones who could not match this version released, with no resentment, with no chasing, with no explanation owed. We activate the provision that has been held back for the receiving version, the opportunities that did not come last year, because the doing version would have used them the wrong way. The doors that did not open before because the receiving version had not yet arrived. We name those doors, loosening on their hinges. We name the channel through which they will arrive, open and ready. We name the receiving discipline, being practiced and strengthened. We activate the recognition signs to deepen, the tears that arrive without warning, the heaviness lifting, the peace where there was striving, the collapsed tolerance for old drama, the numbers that catch the eye. We name them all, confirming, integrating, becoming part of the new baseline of life. Now we move to protection. Father, you know that what has been received tonight will be tested by morning. The doubt voice will come. The version of this chosen one that wants to return to striving will come. The familiar room will look the same in the morning, and the temptation to dismiss what happened tonight will rise. So we cover what was received. We cover this chosen one from the morning after voice that whispers, maybe it was not real. We cover from the voice that says, it was just a video. We cover from the voice that demands external proof for what was received internally. We cover from the voice that says, this will fade by Tuesday. We name those voices already disarmed. We name the discernment muscle already strengthening. We name the three questions, the love and truth, the invitation, the peace, available the moment they are needed. We cover the rising. We cover the unfolding. We cover the version that arrived tonight from being talked back into the version that left. This chosen one does not have to fight to keep what was received. The keeping has already been arranged. Now we move to the seal. Listen to me, chosen one, with everything in you. You are witnessed. You are wept over. You are welcomed home. Hear that as the truth of who you are, not the hope of who you might be. You are witnessed. The years did not happen in the dark. They happened in the light of a father who could not turn away from the window. You are wept over. The tears in heaven tonight are real, and they are for you, and they are happy. You are welcomed home. The road is finished. The figure on the horizon is you. The Father has already run. The forgiveness has already been delivered. The robe is being placed on your shoulders. The feast is already being prepared. You do not have to earn anything else. Receive the welcome. I want you to declare it back, in your own words, in your own voice, in your own heart. You do not have to say it out loud. You can just whisper it inside. I am the version he wept over. I am the version who finally got it. I am the version who carries the happy tears forward. I am the truth carrier. I am the wounded healer. I am the cycle breaker. I am the bridge. And I am home. Take this in, chosen one. You are not alone in this moment. Right now, all across the world, chosen ones are receiving this same witnessing in their own rooms, in their own quiet, in their own seats. There is a community of receiving happening tonight that you cannot see, but you are part of. You are not the only one whose father wept over them tonight. Many are being met. Many are being witnessed. You are one of the many, and the many are also one with you. The kingdom is filling up tonight with chosen ones who finally got it, and you are one of them. In Jesus' name, Amen. Do not say it back yet. Do not move yet. Do not check the time. Stay with me for one more moment. I want you to sit in the frequency of what just happened for 60 seconds, not because something else needs to land, just because the body needs the 60 seconds to integrate what was received. The tears, the breath, the warmth, the seal. Let them stay where they are. Let them be in your bones. Let them not be rushed back into the noise of your day. Just breathe. Just sit. Just be the version he wept over for one more minute. When you come back, I want to say something to you. Something simple. Something that does not require any decision from you. Just a few small things that will help you carry what was received into the days ahead. If something landed for you in this message, if there was a moment when your chest opened, if there was a moment when the tears arrived without permission, if there was a moment when the Father's voice felt closer than it has felt in years, type the word Amen in the comments below. You do not have to write a long testimony. You do not have to explain. Just Amen. The word means, so be it. The word seals what just happened. And every time another chosen one scrolls past the comments tonight, every Amen they see is going to stand as a witness to them that they are not alone in what is being received. The Amens are not for me. The Amens are for each other. If this message witnessed something the Father has been wanting to say to you for a long time, the like button below this video is how you let another chosen one who needs the same witnessing find this in their feed tomorrow morning. The like is not about the algorithm. The like is about the person who has been weeping silently in their own corner, who needs the witnessing to find them. Your tap, your 1 second, can be the moment that delivers this video into the silence of somebody else who has been waiting years to be seen. If you want to walk this kind of arc again, if you want more messages that produce the kind of witnessing that produced happy tears tonight, the way you stay close is to subscribe to this channel. There are more messages on this path. They are going to keep arriving. The way they find you when you need them is by being subscribed before you need them. There is somebody in your life right now who has been quietly faithful for years. Somebody who has been carrying weight nobody acknowledges. Somebody who has been weeping in corners while the world walks past. You know who they are. Their face just rose up in your mind as I described them. Send this video to that person. They are the reason this message multiplied. They need this tear delivered to them tonight, and you are the messenger heaven is using to deliver it. If your spirit just confirmed everything you heard tonight, if you know what you got, if you know which version of you is sitting in this seat right now, type the words, I am the version he wept over in the comments. Or simply, I am. Whatever feels true to your spirit. The declaration in writing is the seal of what was received. It does not have to be public-facing. It can be a private vow, expressed in a public space. The act of typing it makes the receiving more real than receiving in silence alone. And if your spirit pulled toward one of the 3 doors earlier in this message, if you felt your body lean forward when restoration or reception or the complete restoration was named, the path is below, in the description, in the pinned comment. The 3 doors are placed there for the spirits that recognize themselves in any one of them. Step into the door that calls you when you are ready. There is no rush. The doors are not closing, but your spirit knows which one is yours, and sometimes the spirit asks for the action while the conviction is still warm. Honor what your spirit asks of you. That is everything I came to deliver tonight. Now hear me one more time. Whatever you do in the next 10 minutes, the next 10 hours, the next 10 days, you are doing it as the version he wept over. You are not striving. You are receiving. You are not earning. You are being held. You are not alone. You are walked with. You are not what you were when this video began. You are what the formation produced. You are home. What you just experienced was not a video. It was a witnessing. Do not move yet. Do not rush back into the noise. Sit in this frequency for one more breath before you re-enter the day. For the first time in years, the chosen one, hear this before another word. This message was intercepted 3 times in the last week, and the only reason it is in your hands at this hour is because heaven refused to let you miss what is coming. 3 days. May the 13th, May the 14th, May the 15th, and one door that has waited longer than you have known you were waiting. It is not a door that punishes the late. It does not slam. It moves on. And the cruel part of moving on is how quiet it is, the way doors close when the room moves on without you. Listen, the Father is not asking you to fight harder across these 72 hours. He is asking you to be still enough to hear which gate is yours. He is not asking for the loud decision. He is asking for the quiet one. The conversation you will or will not have. The boundary you will or will not draw. The silence you will or will not finally keep. And every almost yes you swallowed this past month was already you walking toward this door. The next 3 days are simply you finishing the walk without flinching. Hear me carefully, because there is something I need you to see before another word lands. There is a version of you sitting in this room right now that you have been carrying without rest for almost a year. And before I tell you what was placed on my heart for your 72 hours, you have to first see that version. Not the version that has been performing, not the version that has been explaining, the version that is tired in a way no one in your life has actually held space for. Set down anything in your hands. Move the noise away from this moment if you can. What I am about to share with you was placed on my heart at 3 in the morning 2 nights ago, and it would not leave me until I sat down to deliver it. To you, specifically. Picture this with me. There is a field. The light in it is the kind of light you only see at the very edge of evening, when the sky has not fully decided whether to be blue or violet. And the grass is the color that grass becomes when the sun has just let go of it. The air is cool, but not cold. The field is quiet. Not empty, quiet. The kind of quiet that is full of something waiting. In the middle of that field, there is a gate. Not a small one. A tall wooden gate, weathered, simple, the kind that does not announce itself. It is not gold. It is not carved. It is a working gate. The kind that has held a boundary between 2 worlds for far longer than anyone living can remember. The hinges are dark with time. The wood has the memory of 1,000 seasons in its grain, and it is closed. You are standing in front of it. You did not walk here on purpose. You did not plan to find this field. But here you are, and somewhere underneath your understanding, you already know that this gate has been waiting for you. Not in some abstract way. Specifically, the way a door waits for the one whose key fits it. On either side of the gate, there is a figure, 2 guards. One of them is real. One of them is not. Both of them are speaking, but only one of them is telling you the truth. And the entire question of the next 72 hours is whether you can stay still enough to hear which voice is which. That is what May the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th is actually about. It is not about whether the door opens. The door is already opening. It is about which voice you listen to as you stand in front of it. Before I tell you about the 2 guards, I want you to notice something. You have been seeing the number 3 everywhere this past week, maybe in places so small you brushed them off. A clock at 3:33 when you happened to look up. A phone that rang 3 times and stopped without leaving a message. 3 different people from 3 different parts of your life using the same phrase, within 72 hours of each other. A receipt with 3 matching digits. A song repeating in 3 different rooms before the day was over. A passage of scripture catching your eye, and the number of the verse being 3. You thought you were imagining it. You were not. The number 3 has been the doorbell, not the message itself. The doorbell. The signal that the gate was being prepared for your specific feet. And the people who tell themselves they are imagining the doorbell are the same people who do not walk to the door when it actually rings. You also have been noticing something else, and you have not had words for it. Your tolerance has shifted. Things that used to roll off, you do not anymore. Voices that used to be in the background of your life now sound too loud in the wrong way. You have been pulling back from conversations you used to give your full attention to, not because you stopped loving anyone, but because something in your spirit is no longer willing to feed the rooms that drain it. And it is making you feel guilty in a way you cannot fully explain. There are nights you cannot sleep, not because of anxiety exactly, but because your mind is racing towards something it has not been allowed to name. You have been more sensitive to small things, light, sound, the particular tone someone uses when they say your name. And underneath all of it, there is a creative restlessness, a feeling that you need to make something, or move something, or change something, and you do not yet know what it is asking of you. If even one of those landed for you, take a breath right now and type the words, "I see it" below this message, not as performance, as confirmation. Confirmation that you are not imagining what your spirit has been telling you for weeks. The signs are not the message. They are the doorbell. The message is what is waiting on the other side of the door. And before I take you to it, I have to first show you the 3 things you have been carrying as you walked here, because you cannot walk through a door with weight that does not belong to you on the other side. And the next 72 hours are going to ask you to set things down that you have been holding so long you forgot you were holding them. There are 3 weights resting on your spirit tonight. The first one is the one you can name. The second is the one you have been suspecting but have not let yourself look at directly. And the third is the one you have not yet been allowed to see. We will only reach the third one when the timing is right. The first 2, I am going to walk through with you, slowly enough that you can actually feel them being acknowledged. The first weight is the waiting itself. You have been in a season that has gone on so much longer than anyone warned you it would. Longer than you thought your faith could survive. Longer than the people around you expected you to still be standing inside of without crumbling. And somewhere along the way, the waiting stopped being a season and started feeling like an identity. Like the thing that defined you was not who you were becoming, but how long you had been becoming it. You stopped telling people the timeline because the timeline embarrassed you. You stopped praying specific prayers because specific prayers had been quietly disappointing you. You learned to live with a low-grade ache underneath your daily life, not loud enough to break you, but loud enough that you never fully forgot it was there. Somewhere in the 7th or 11th or 19th month of this season, a thought slipped into your spirit that has been the heaviest part of the first weight. The thought that maybe you missed it. Maybe the moment came and went while you were not looking. Maybe everyone else got the message you did not get. Maybe you are not late because the world is slow. Maybe you are late because you missed the door. Hear me very clearly. You are not late. Late is a story you inherited from a world that measures the calling on a calendar that the calling does not actually live on. The thing you have been preparing for has a clock, but it is not the clock you have been watching. And the proof of that is the fact that you are still feeling the pull. Listen to me. You only feel the pull of something that is still ahead of you. The dead do not pull. The past does not pull. The over does not pull. If something inside of you is still aching toward what you were promised, that ache is the evidence. The promise is still moving toward you. The ache itself is the proof, not the doubt. The ache. If your spirit needs to hear this tonight, take one breath and type the words, "I am not late," below this message right now. Not because someone told you to, because something in you needs to put those words into existence outside of your own head, where they can no longer be argued with. The waiting is the first weight, and the first weight is not the heaviest. That is what I need you to understand, because most chosen ones who have stayed inside this kind of season have assumed that the waiting is the worst of it, and once the waiting ends, the carrying ends. But that is not how this works. The waiting is the visible weight, the one you can name, the one you have been complaining about quietly in your prayers. There is a second weight that has been doing more damage than the waiting, and it is the one we are going to look at now. The second weight is the voice inside your own head that has been disqualifying you. I am not talking about the voice of doubt. Doubt is honest. Doubt asks questions. The voice I am talking about does not ask. It declares. It declares that you are not the kind of person this happens to. It declares that the moment your name came up in the room paused and decided no. It declares that what other people receive without effort, you have to earn 3 times over and still might not be given. It says that if it were really going to happen, it would have happened by now. It says that the people who got chosen for this kind of life had something you do not have, and you should have made peace with that already. That voice has had 19 months of quiet rehearsal in the background of your life. And the cruel part is, you stopped noticing it was a separate voice. You started believing it was your own thinking. It is not your own thinking. Your own thinking is the part of you that has been pulling forward, even when nothing made sense to pull forward toward. Your own thinking is the part that quietly refused to fully give up, even when giving up would have been the more rational choice. Your own thinking is the part that opened this message tonight, knowing, somewhere underneath the doubt, that there might be something here you needed. The other voice, the one that disqualifies you, that is not you. That voice has a job, and the job is to make sure you do not walk through the gate that is opening for you. Because the disqualifying voice does not get to follow you through. It only gets to keep you on this side. And it knows that. And the paralysis you have been feeling at the threshold, the kind where you cannot move forward and you cannot move backward, and you cannot make peace with standing still. That is not failure, that is data. The data is that you are at the threshold. People who are not at the threshold do not feel threshold paralysis. They feel motion. They feel routine. They feel the dull comfort of being far from any door. The fact that you are paralyzed exactly where you are is the confirmation that the door is here. Hear me, because I am going to take you somewhere very specific in the next stretch of this message, and I want you to know what is coming so you do not leave before it arrives. By the time these words close tonight, you are going to hear exactly what command was placed over your spirit before this message even reached you. You are going to hear what a young woman did when she stood at this exact same threshold 2,500 years ago, and how her 3 days became the model for yours. You are going to receive a 3-layer protocol for May the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th. What to do, what to refuse, and what to stop negotiating with. You are going to receive 3 questions that will filter every voice that comes at you across the next 72 hours. And before this ends, there will be a sealing declaration spoken over your spirit. Stay true to it. It is what this entire night has been preparing you for. Before I take you further into what these 3 days are actually about, there is something I want to share with you directly, not held back, not built up for drama, just placed in front of you, the way honest things should be placed in front of honest people. What you are about to hear, you should hear directly, without veils, without the building of mystery for the sake of selling. Because the truth is, there is a path that has been quietly built for chosen ones who are standing at exactly this kind of threshold. And you deserve to know it exists this early in the message, not buried at the end. I am going to walk through what these 3 days are really about, in depth. Alongside the message, there is a tool, actually 2 tools, working in sequence that some of you are going to want to look at while you are still inside the 72 hours. So let me name them now so they are not hidden from you. The first one is called the Genius Song. It was developed by a neuroscientist named Dr. Robert Lake, who spent over 3 decades studying a specific brain wave that activates fully in children and goes quiet in most adults by the age of 7. The audio is 7 minutes long. It is engineered through a technology called brain entrainment, which uses sound to gently restore that childhood brainwave, the one tied to wonder, curiosity, intuition, and the openness that lets a person actually receive what life is offering them. The Genius Song is the first wave. It wakes up what was put to sleep. The second one is called the Wealth Signal. It was developed by a different neuroscientist, Dr. Stephen Newton, formerly of Stanford, who broke from the mainstream establishment to release research that mapped a separate frequency. This frequency lives in the part of the mind where reception happens, where a person stops striving and finally becomes able to hold what is being given to them. The Wealth Signal is a 5-minute audio paired with a 9-word script, a technique whose roots go back thousands of years that calms the stress signal in the brain and reopens the channel that adulthood quietly closed. The Wealth Signal is the second wave. It opens what was closed. Together, they form what some have called the 2-wave restoration. 1 wakes the child within. 1 opens the channel through which the kingdom is received. There is a teacher who said, 2,000 years ago, that the kingdom belongs to those who become like little children, and few realized he was describing a frequency. Both paths are placed in the description below this message and in the pinned comment under it. They are quietly there. They will not chase you. If your spirit is already pulling toward one or both of them, follow the pull and look. If your spirit is not pulling, return when it is. There is no urgency I want to manufacture around this. The urgency tonight is something else, and we are getting back to it now. Here is what was placed on my heart for you across these 3 days. I have been holding it since 2 nights ago, and I am going to tell you now, because the only honest thing to do is to name it before any more time passes. The command that was given for these 72 hours of your life is short. It is not loud. It is not asking you to do anything dramatic. It is one sentence, and it is the entire shape of the threshold for you. Stop negotiating with the voice that has been disqualifying you. That is it. That is the command. Not do more. Not pray harder. Not fast longer. Not prove yourself one more time. Stop negotiating. For the next 3 days, stop responding to the voice that has been disqualifying you. Stop trying to argue with it. Stop trying to refute it. Stop trying to find evidence against it. Because every time you negotiate with the disqualifying voice, you give it more access to the gate. You give it more time at the door. You give it more chances to be the loudest thing in the field when the door opens. Negotiating with it looks like this. It is when you replay a moment from years ago to prove to yourself that you are still the person who failed. It is when you read the message you almost sent and reread it 12 times, asking whether you are too much. It is when someone says one neutral thing, and you spend 40 minutes deciding whether that one neutral thing meant they were finally seeing the real you. It is when you stand in front of a small decision, and the small decision becomes a referendum on whether you deserve any of this at all. That is negotiation. And what was scheduled to hit you on the 16th, what was timed to land precisely the day after this window closes, was specifically built to use those negotiations against you. The disqualifying voice was supposed to have you exhausted, defensive, and arguing with itself in your own head by Friday night, so that when the moment came, you would already be too tired to walk through anything. That is not happening anymore. The Holy Spirit broke through every barrier that has been in front of this message 3 times just to get you to this exact hour. And the reason he did is so that you would know, before the 72 hours begin, exactly which voice you are not feeding anymore. He is not asking it of you in anger. He is asking it of you in fierce protection. The kind of protection a parent has for a child standing in front of something the child does not yet realize is dangerous. There is no shame in any of this. There is no failure in any of this. There is only the door and the voice trying to make sure you do not reach it. Before I take you further into what these 3 days are going to ask of you, gently press the like button on this message. Not for me. So this reaches one other chosen one tonight, who is sitting at this same gate, in this same field, in this same quiet, and who does not yet know there is anyone walking with them. Your single, quiet press of that button is how this message finds them before Friday closes. Before I can show you what to do, across May the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th, you have to see what has actually been weighing your spirit down inside this season. I named the first weight. I just named the second weight. The third weight is the one I have not been allowed to take you to yet. And the third weight is the one that has been doing the most damage of the 3. It is also the one that, once you can finally see it, you stop carrying immediately, not slowly, immediately. Stay with me, because what comes next is where the third weight steps out of the dark, where the gate gets clearer, where the two guards in the field start to separate from each other in a way you can finally tell apart, and where the voice that has been disqualifying you starts losing the only thing it has ever had over you all along. Stay in the field with me. The gate is still in front of you. The light has not changed. The two guards on either side of the door have not moved. They are still speaking, and one of them is still telling you something that is not true. Before we walk any closer to the gate, I need to take you back to the first weight, the one you can name, and walk through it the way no one in your life has actually walked through it with you. Because what I told you at the close of the last stretch was only the surface of it. The first weight has a depth most chosen ones never reach when they describe their waiting season to anyone. They describe what it looked like. They describe what it cost them. They almost never describe what it actually did to them on the inside. And that is what we are going to do together. The waiting season did 3 things to you. The first thing it did was teach you to want quieter, slowly, without you noticing. There was a version of you, years ago, that wanted things out loud. You named what you wanted in conversations. You wrote it down in notebooks. You whispered it in your prayers before you fell asleep. And then, somewhere, maybe in year 3, maybe in year 7, maybe further than that, wanting out loud started to feel embarrassing, so you started wanting in a smaller voice. Then, in a smaller voice than that. Then, somewhere along the way, you stopped letting yourself want at all in front of other people. You started wanting in private. You started wanting on the days when no one was around to ask you what you were still hoping for. And eventually, even in private, the wanting got quiet enough that some nights you genuinely could not tell if you still wanted what you used to want. That is what the waiting did first. It taught you to want quieter. The second thing it did was teach you to apologize for needing time. You started shortening your story when people asked. You stopped giving the real timeline because the real timeline made other people uncomfortable. You learned that there is a number of years past which other people stopped being able to hold space for your waiting, and you noticed the number. You crossed it a long time ago. And now, when you talk about the thing you have been waiting on, you sand the edges off of it. You make it smaller in conversation than it is in your spirit. You make it lighter than it weighs. That is the second thing the waiting did. It taught you to make yourself easier to be around. The third thing it did was the one that has done the most damage. The waiting taught you to question whether your wanting was the problem. Whether maybe, if you were the kind of person who wanted less, you would not be sitting in this season at all. Whether the ache you have been carrying is itself the evidence that something is wrong with you. Whether the people who do not ache the way you ache have figured something out that you missed somewhere. Hear me. The ache is not the problem. The ache is the proof. The thing is still ahead of you. I told you this earlier, and I am going to tell you again, because you needed to hear it once, and you need to hear it twice. The dead does not pull. The past does not pull. The over does not pull. If something inside you is still aching toward what you were promised, then what you were promised is still aching toward you. The ache is bilateral. It is not one-directional. You are not alone in wanting this. The thing you are waiting on has been wanting you too, and the gate has been waiting for the two, wants to land on the same threshold at the same hour. And that is what we have to talk about now. You have been told a story about your waiting that is not the real story. The story you were told, mostly by yourself, sometimes by other people, is that the reason it has taken this long is because you were not ready, because you had something to fix, because you needed to grow, because there was some lesson you had not learned yet, because if you were really ready, you would already be on the other side of the door. That is the story. It is not the truth. There are seasons that go long because the person needed more time. That is real. But there is another kind of season that goes long, and you have been in this other kind, and almost no one has named it for you. This kind of season goes long, not because you were not ready. It goes long because what you were waiting on was not ready. The other side of the gate was being built while you were standing on this side of it. The room that was supposed to receive you had to first be cleared of the people who would have crushed you in it. The position you were supposed to walk into had to first be vacated by someone who did not yet know they were going to leave it. The relationship you were supposed to be in had to first end 3 other relationships in 3 other lives before its season could begin. The waiting was not your formation alone. The waiting was the entire room being formed around you. You were not the only one being prepared. You were the one whose preparation was visible to you. Everyone else's preparation has been happening in rooms you cannot see, in lives you have never met, in cities you have never been to. And the reason these 3 specific days, May the 13th, May the 14th, May the 15th, are the threshold, is because those other preparations have finally caught up. The room has been cleared. The position has been vacated. The relationship has ended. The thing you have been waiting on is finally ready to be where you have been the whole time. You were never late. The room was being finished. Let me tell you about a woman who learned this 13 years too late to spare herself the carrying, but exactly in time to receive what was waiting for her. She wrote to me 8 months ago. I have her permission to share this. I am not going to use her real name. I am going to call her S, because the name itself is not what matters here. S had been waiting on something very specific for 13 years. It was a calling that came to her when she was 26. It was so clear in her spirit when it first came that she rearranged her entire life around the assumption that it would be happening within a year. It did not happen within a year. It did not happen within 5 years. It did not happen within 10. By the time she was 38, she had stopped telling people about it. By the time she was 39, she had stopped praying about it the way she used to. She had not stopped believing in it. She had just stopped expecting it to be hers. And on a Wednesday afternoon in November of last year, she was sitting in her car in a parking lot of a place she had stopped on the way home. She had just gotten off a phone call. The call had not been about the calling. The call had been about a different disappointment, small, ordinary, the kind of disappointment that, on its own, would not have broken anyone. But it landed on top of 13 years of accumulated weight, and S sat in her car. And she said something out loud to no one. She said, "I am no longer expecting this. I release this from my life." She did not say it angrily. She did not say it as a curse against the calling. She said it quietly. The way a person sets down a bag they have been carrying for so long, they had forgotten what their shoulders felt like without it. She drove home. She made dinner. She went to bed. 48 hours later, on Friday morning, the exact doors had been waiting on for 13 years opened, not through anyone she had expected, not in any of the ways she had imagined. The call came from a number she did not recognize. The opportunity was framed in language she had not heard anyone use for what she had been wanting, but when she heard it, she knew. The thing was hers. It had been hers the whole time. It had just been waiting for the right room to be finished. And the message S sent to me said one thing that I want you to hear, because it is the entire teaching of what these next 72 hours are about. She said, I thought I had given up, but what I actually gave up was the negotiation. That is the difference. Giving up the thing is one thing. Giving up the negotiation with the disqualifying voice is something else entirely, and the gate does not open for those who give up the thing. The gate opens for those who give up the negotiation. If your spirit is taking that in tonight, if even one part of what is learned has just landed against something you have been holding, type the words, I receive below this message. Not because you have to, because your spirit needs the language for what is shifting in you right now. Type those two words. Let them exist outside of your own head. Let them be in the room. You are not late. The room is being finished. What these 3 days are asking of you is not that you give up the thing, it is that you give up the negotiation. That is the diagnosis of the first wait, the waiting. It is full of preparation that has not been visible to you. It is full of formation that has been happening in rooms you do not have access to. It is full of the kind of attention from heaven that only happens at the very specific thresholds where two preparations are about to meet. And the strange thing about the first wait is that it is not the heaviest of the three. I said that to you earlier, and I am saying it to you again now, because we are about to walk into the second wait, and the second wait has been doing more damage than the first, quietly, without your full attention, the way the things that do the most damage usually do. Look back at the gate. On either side of the gate, there are two guards. I told you earlier in this message that one of them is real and one of them is not, that both of them are speaking, and that the entire question of the next 72 hours is whether you can stay still enough to hear which voice is which. The second guard is the voice we are going to look at now. This is the voice that has been disqualifying you. I told you at the close of the last stretch that this voice is not the voice of doubt. Doubt is honest. Doubt asks questions. The disqualifying voice does not ask. It declares. It declares with such confidence and such consistency that you have stopped noticing it is a separate voice from your own. You have been listening to it for so long that you started believing it was your own thinking. It is not. What I want you to see now is the vocabulary of this voice, because once you can hear its vocabulary, you can never not hear it again. The disqualifying voice has a small number of phrases it uses on a rotation. It does not have a large vocabulary. It has the same handful of sentences it has been speaking to you in slightly different versions for years. Once I name them, you will recognize them, but not all of them will be yours. Some of them are. Listen for which ones. The first phrase is some version of, you would already have it by now if you were really the one. This phrase is built to use time against you. It takes the length of the season and reframes it as evidence about your worth. It says, quietly, never loudly, that the duration is the verdict. That if you were really the one this was for, the gate would have opened already. That the only reason a person waits this long is because they were never going to receive it in the first place. That phrase is a lie. The duration is not the verdict. The duration is the room being finished. The second phrase is some version of, "Look at everyone else." This phrase is built to use comparison against you. It picks specific people whose timelines have been shorter, whose paths have looked easier, whose doors have opened in ways yours have not. And it tells you that the difference between you and them is a quality difference, not a timing difference. It tells you that they got chosen and you did not. That the gate opened for them in a way it has decided not to open for you. That phrase is also a lie. The gate has not decided about you in the way that voice is telling you it has. The gate has been waiting on you specifically, on a room that was being prepared specifically, and the people who got through faster than you did got through doors that had nothing to do with the door that is yours. The third phrase is some version of, "You are not the kind of person this happens to." This is the phrase that has done the most damage of the three, because this phrase does not talk about timing. It does not talk about comparison. It talks about identity. It tells you, in a voice that sounds like your own conclusion, that there is a category of person who receives what you have been waiting on, and you are not in that category. You are the wrong kind of person. The wrong background. The wrong story. The wrong history. The wrong way of being. In the world. I need you to hear me. There is no category. There is no kind of person this happens to. The chosen ones across history who have walked through the doors you are about to walk through have come from every kind of room. The doors did not look at their background. The doors looked at whether they were still on the path when the timing arrived. That is the only filter heaven applies. You are on the path. You are still here. You opened this message at this hour. There is no category you are missing from. There is no kind of person you are not. You have been listening to a voice with a small vocabulary for a long time. The voice has had 19 months, or 29, or 39, or however long it has been, of unchallenged rehearsal. It is not your own thinking. And the next 3 days are the days you stop responding to it. There is a word in the Hebrew that has been mistranslated for so long that the original meaning has almost been lost. The word is tsom. We translate it as fast. We think it means going without food. We picture someone choosing not to eat for spiritual reasons. That is a piece of what it means. It is not the whole of it. The root of the word, the deepest part of where it comes from, actually means something closer to cover the mouth, to put your hand over your own speaking, to silence the voice that wants to speak. And when a young woman, 2,500 years ago, asked her people to fast with her for 3 days before she walked into a throne room, that would either save her life or end it. She was not only asking them to stop eating, she was asking them to cover the mouths of every voice that might have argued her out of what she was about to do, her own voice. The voices of the people around her who would have told her not to go, the voice of the official who had access to the king, the voice of the official who did not, all of them silenced for 3 specific days. The fast was not about food. The fast was about silence. And silence is what the next 3 days are asking of you. Not silence with other people. Silence with the voice that has been disqualifying you. May the 13th, May the 14th, May the 15th. 3 days of covering the mouth of that voice. Not arguing with it. Not refuting it. Not trying to prove it wrong. Just refusing to give it the conversation it has been demanding for 19 months. I will walk you through how to actually do that in detail later. In this message, there is a precise protocol coming, and you are going to receive it. But before you can do anything with the protocol, you have to give yourself something the disqualifying voice has never let you give yourself. Permission. Hear me carefully, because what I am about to say is not motivational. It is something your spirit has been waiting to receive in this exact form for a very long time. You have permission to stop disqualifying yourself. You have permission to receive without proving. You have permission to walk through doors that do not yet make sense to you. You have permission to be early and to be told to wait and to not see either one as evidence about your worth. Hear those again in your own spirit. Slowly. Each one. You have permission to stop disqualifying yourself. That means the rehearsal in your head. The one where you go back over every conversation looking for proof you were too much or not enough. That rehearsal is done. You are not required to keep performing the self-prosecution. The case is closed. You are not the defendant. You never were. You have permission to receive without proving. That means you do not have to earn the door 3 times before you walk through it. You do not have to demonstrate your worth to the gate. The gate does not require demonstration. The gate requires presence. You are present. You have permission to walk through doors that do not yet make sense to you. That means the part of you that has been demanding clarity before it will move. The part that has been saying, if I could just understand why this took so long, I could finally walk forward. That part is allowed to be quiet. Understanding is not the requirement. Willingness is the requirement. You have permission to be early and to be told to wait and to not see either one as evidence about your worth. That means the timing of your arrival is not a verdict about you. It is information about the room being finished. You are not late if you arrive when the room is ready. You are not early if you arrive while the room is still being built. You are exactly on time when you walk through the door, at the hour. The door opens, and not a moment sooner, and not a moment later. If your spirit needs to receive these 4 permissions tonight, type the words, I release below this message right now. Release what the disqualifying voice has held over you for years. Release the rehearsal. Release the self-prosecution. Release the comparison. Release the categories. Let those 4 permissions land where the disqualifying voice has been speaking, and let them take over the room. You are not the defendant. You never were. The case is closed. The room is being finished. The door is yours. That is the diagnosis of the second weight, the disqualifying voice, the vocabulary. It has been speaking. The permissions you have been refusing to give yourself. The diagnosis is now complete on the second weight. You have heard it. You know what to listen for. And for the rest of this message, when that voice rehearses one of its 3 phrases in your head, you will have language for what it is doing. Let me give you a moment of quiet here. I want you to notice that you have been listening to this for almost an hour. Whatever you are doing, whether you are sitting somewhere quiet or moving through your evening, or holding this message alongside other things, you have given a piece of your night to a voice walking you through something that matters. That is not a small thing. Most chosen ones never get this far in a message like this. Most quit at the diagnosis. Most cannot survive being looked at honestly for this long. You have stayed. I want to acknowledge you for staying, not the version of you that has been performing, the version that is tired, the version that did not want to open this message tonight and opened it anyway. The version that has been almost giving up at the same threshold for so long that the almost giving up has become its own kind of identity. That version of you is the one that has carried us this far. And before we walk any further, I want that version of you to be acknowledged out loud. In your mind, picture yourself sitting just outside the field for a moment, not inside it, beside it. From that small distance, look at the figure that is you, standing in front of the gate. Look at how long that figure has been standing there. Look at how heavy the air has been around her. And from where you are sitting just outside the field, let one quiet thought pass through, the thought that says, I see you. I have seen you the whole time. You did not stand here alone. Let what has been said so far settle into the place it needs to settle. The diagnosis of the first weight, the diagnosis of the second weight, the 4 permissions. Let them be in the room with you. Let them have the space they deserve before the next thing arrives. Then, when your spirit is ready, step back into the field. The gate is still in front of you. The light has not fully gone. Twilight has held longer than twilight usually holds, because the gate is the kind of gate that exists outside of the normal way. Time moves. The wood is still weathered. The hinges are still dark with time. And the 2 guards on either side of the door, the one telling you, you are late, and the one quietly saying, you are not. They have separated from each other in a way you can now tell apart. You can hear which voice is which. That is the work the last hour has done. But there is a third figure in the field tonight. I have not let you look at it yet. It has been behind the gate this entire time, not in front of it, behind it. And what comes next in this message is not about the gate anymore. It is not about the 2 guards anymore. It is about what was placed behind the gate as a calculation, a timing, a scheduled arrival, built specifically to land the day after these 72 hours end. The third weight is not random. The third weight has intention behind it. And until tonight, you have not had access to seeing what that intention is. Hear me carefully, because what I am about to take you into is the most serious part of this message, and it is also the part that, once you can finally see it, you stop carrying immediately, not slowly. Immediately. Because the third weight is the only one of the 3 that has been doing damage to you that you were never supposed to be doing yourself. The weighting you have been carrying because the room has not been finished. That is not your weight. That is the room's weight. The disqualifying voice you have been carrying because no one named the vocabulary for you until tonight. That is not your weight either. That is the vocabulary's weight. But the third weight you have been carrying because something with intelligence has been placing it on you, on purpose, with a specific date in mind. The date is May the 16th. May the 16th was scheduled to be the day the third weight collapsed, your spirit. Across the past 6 months, maybe longer, every conversation that drained you more than it should have, every late-night scroll that ran past midnight when you knew you needed sleep, every almost yes you should have said no to, every small humiliation that landed harder than it should have landed, every moment of comparison that the disqualifying voice used to deepen its case against you, none of those were random. They were being archived. They were being calculated. They were being saved for a specific delivery date. There is something with intention that has been keeping a calendar on your formation, and the entries on that calendar were being collected for one specific purpose, to be delivered all at once, in a single coordinated blow the day after the gate closes, the 16th. The next 72 hours are the only window you have to see what was scheduled and to refuse to walk into it. That is the third wait. That is what was waiting behind the gate. And that is what we are walking into next. But before I take you into the diagnosis of the third wait, because the diagnosis is going to be specific, and it is going to ask you to look at things you have not looked at directly yet, I have to first take you to a young woman who stood at this exact same threshold 2,500 years ago, the one whose 3 days became the model for yours. Because the way she handled what was being scheduled against her is the way you are going to handle what is being scheduled against you. And until you see her 3 days, you will not have the frame for your own. Stay with me. What comes next is where the third wait steps out from behind the gate, where the figure I have not let you look at yet finally turns toward you, where the calendar that was being kept on your formation gets named for what it is, and where the ancient 3 days that built the template for May the 13th, 14th, and 15th begin to lay themselves over your own. 2,500 years ago, in a palace city you would not recognize the name of, a young woman walked into a room she was not supposed to walk into. She was not royal by birth. She had been placed in that palace through a series of events she had no control over, in a season she did not choose, surrounded by people who did not know who she actually was. She had spent years hiding the deepest part of her identity in plain sight, and on the day the message came that her people were about to be destroyed, she had a choice in front of her that was almost impossible to make. She could stay quiet. If she stayed quiet, she would survive. The palace did not know who she was. The decree that was about to fall on her, people would not fall on her. Not personally, not visibly. She could keep her position. She could keep her safety. She could let the disaster happen without ever being named in it. Or she could walk into the throne room of the king who had signed the decree. And by the law of that kingdom, anyone who walked into the throne room without being summoned was killed. Unless the king extended a specific symbol of mercy. In that moment, the person did not leave the room alive. There was no second chance, no appeal, no softening of the law. The walk into that throne room was, by every measure that anyone could have measured it by, a walk toward death. Her name was Esther. And the thing she did before she walked into the throne room is the thing I want you to take in carefully tonight. Because the thing she did is the exact same thing being asked of you across May the 13th, May the 14th, May the 15th. She asked for 3 days. She did not ask for 3 months to prepare. She did not ask for 3 weeks to gather courage. She did not ask for 3 hours to think it through. She asked for 3 days. 3. The same number that is currently on the calendar in front of your spirit. The same number that has been showing up everywhere around you for the last week. The same number the disqualifying voice has been trying to make you ignore. She asked her people to do 3 days of silence with her. 3 days of covering the mouth. 3 days of refusing to negotiate with every voice that would have told her not to go. Her own voice. The voices of the people around her who would have begged her to stay quiet. The voice in her own spirit that would have told her she was not the kind of person this kingdom rescued through. Every voice. Covered. For 3 days. And when those 3 days ended, she put on the garments that signified who she actually was, and she walked into the throne room. The sentence, she said, in her own spirit, before she walked into that room, is the sentence I want you to hold inside of yourself for the next part of this message. She did not say, "If I succeed, I succeed." She did not say, "I hope it works." She did not say, "Please let this go well." She said something that almost no one in any age has the courage to say. She said, "If I perish, I perish." What she meant, and this is the part most people miss, is not that she was resigned to death, but she was not. She was deeply alive in that moment. What she meant was something far harder than resignation. She meant that the outcome was no longer hers to negotiate. She meant that she was walking through the door without flinching, regardless of what was on the other side of it, because the version of her that was walking through it was the only version of her that was going to walk through. There was no other version saved in reserve. There was no smaller version held in safety. The whole self, all of her, was crossing the threshold, and whatever happened on the other side would happen to all of her. No part held back, no part bargained away, no part negotiating with the moment. If I perish, I perish. That is not surrender to death. That is surrender to the door. And I am telling you this story tonight, in this exact order, because what was being scheduled against Esther on the day she walked into that throne room is the same kind of thing being scheduled against you on the day after these 3 days end. The decree had a date. It had a calendar. It was being prepared on the other side of the palace for delivery to her people on a specific day. There was a man in that palace whose entire occupation in those weeks was to keep the calendar of when her people would be destroyed. For he had archived the offense. He had calculated the timing. He had scheduled the blow. And the 3 days she asked for were the only window between the scheduling and the delivery. She used the window. She used it correctly, and the decree did not land. I want you to hear me very clearly now, because we are walking into the part of this message I told you was coming. The part where the third figure in the field finally turns toward you. The part where the third weight gets named for what it actually is, and I do not want you to hear what comes next as something to be afraid of. I want you to hear it the way you would hear a doctor naming what has been making you tired for so long. Naming is not the wound. The wound is what has already been happening. Naming is the beginning of being free of it. There is something with intention that has been keeping a calendar on your formation. I am not speaking metaphorically. I am speaking the way. The people who have walked through these thresholds in every century have spoken about what they encountered when they got close to the door. The pattern is too consistent to be metaphor. Across every kind of room, every kind of background, every kind of timing, chosen ones who are about to walk through their specific threshold begin to encounter, in the weeks and months leading up to it, a precise pattern of small drains that, when added together, are too coordinated to be random. You have been encountering the pattern. I am going to name what has been on the calendar for you. Not all of it will land, and some of it will. Listen for which ones. Every conversation that drained you more than it should have drained you in the past 6 months has been archived. Every late-night scroll that ran past the hour you knew you needed to sleep, that left you waking up the next morning with a kind of fog that you could not fully explain, has been archived. Every almost yes you said, when your spirit was clearly telling you to say no, the small ones, the ones you would not even count if someone asked you to list them, has been archived. Every small humiliation that landed harder than the size of the event would have justified. The moments where someone said something neutral and you carried the sting of it for 3 days afterward has been archived. Every comparison that the disqualifying voice has used against you in the last 6 months, where you saw another person's life and felt your own shrink in your spirit, has been archived. None of those were random. They were a collection. They were being saved for delivery in a single coordinated moment on May the 16th. What was scheduled to happen on the 16th was this. Every archived drain was supposed to combine into one specific situation on one specific day that was designed to land at the exact hour you were most tired. The situation itself would not have looked dramatic from the outside to anyone else. It would have looked like an ordinary bad day, a piece of bad news that, on a different day, you would have absorbed. A conversation that, on a different day, you would have moved past. A piece of evidence presented to your spirit by the disqualifying voice that, on a different day, you would have refuted. But it was not scheduled for a different day. It was scheduled for the day right after the gate moved on. Because the gate, if it had moved on without you, would have left you with no spiritual reserves. And the archived drains, delivered into that exact exhaustion, would have produced one specific sentence in your spirit that the disqualifying voice has been preparing to put there for 19 months. The sentence is, "See, I knew it would never work." That is what was scheduled. Not the bad day, the sentence. Because once the sentence is in your spirit, the disqualifying voice no longer needs to argue with you. It has the confession, and the confession would have closed the door from your side for a stretch of years that I do not want to name in numbers, because numbers in this kind of teaching can land as fear, and I am not in the business of fear with you tonight. I will say this, the stretch was long enough that several of the things you have been waiting on would have stopped waiting in return. That is the third wait. The third wait is the sentence the disqualifying voice has been preparing to put into your mouth on the 16th, when you are too tired to refuse it. Hear me, because what I'm going to say next is what flips the entire wait. The schedule does not have power over you. The schedule has only ever had power over the version of you who did not know. It was a schedule. The moment a thing with intention is named for what it is, the thing with intention loses the only weapon it has, which is your unawareness of its presence. The reason it has been working on you for 6 months is because it has been working unseen. Tonight, you see it, and the seeing alone is half of what cancels it. The other half is what you do across these 72 hours, and that is what the protocol I am bringing you later is for. But before we walk into any protocol, I want you to do one thing in this exact moment, not because anyone is asking you to do it for them, because your spirit needs the language to make outside of your own head right now. The calendar that has been kept on you is being closed tonight. The archived drains are being unarchived. The delivery date is being cancelled. And the only way to make that real, in the spirit, is for the cancellation to be spoken. Type the word cancelled below this message. One word, lowercase, cancelled. Let the 16th not be what it was supposed to be. Let the archive close. Let the calendar lose your name. This is not in anger. There is nothing aggressive about what we are doing here. This is the same posture Esther had when she walked into the throne room. She was not angry. She was not anxious. She was not loud. She was clear. She had named what was being scheduled. She had refused to feed the voices that would have stopped her. And she had walked, all of her, through the door, knowing that whatever happened on the other side would happen to all of her, no version held in reserve. That is the posture for the next 3 days. Clear, quiet. All of you, not negotiating with what was scheduled. Now, before we walk any further, I have to take you somewhere. Most teaching on these kinds of thresholds never goes, because most teaching stops at the spiritual diagnosis. Most teaching tells you what is happening in your spirit and leaves it there. I am not going to leave it there, because there is a reason the disqualifying voice has had so much power over you. There is a reason the archive drains landed as hard as they landed. There is a reason your spirit, which is real, has not been able to overpower the voice that has been small but constant. There is an actual mechanism in your body that has been keeping the door closed from the inside. I do not say that to reduce any of this to biology. I say it the way an honest teacher says it, because the spirit lives in a body, and the body has been doing things to the spirit for years that almost no one has named for you. There is a reason your spirit has felt foggy when it used to feel sharp. There is a reason the disqualifying voice has had room to set up its calendar in you. There is a reason the wonder you felt as a child stopped feeling accessible in your 30s or 40s or 50s. There is a reason you can feel the door opening and still cannot fully walk toward it. There are 2 layers underneath all of it, 2 specific layers. I am going to walk you through both of them now, slowly, the way they deserve to be walked through, because once you understand them, the entire shape of these 3 days becomes obvious. The first layer is something the people who have studied this in laboratories for the last several decades have called the decline effect. When you were a child, before you were 7 years old, your brain produced a specific kind of wave at a rate that almost no adult brain produces anymore. The wave is called gamma. The simplest way to describe what gamma does in a child is that it is the wave responsible for the magical feel of childhood, the wonder, the openness, the ability to absorb impossible amounts of new information without exhausting yourself, the willingness to believe that things can be different than they currently look, the way a child can ask a question that an adult would never have the courage to ask, the way a child can pivot from sadness to joy inside of a single hour and not consider that a contradiction. Gamma is what makes the child mind capable of receiving what the world is offering it. And somewhere around the age of 7, the modern world starts to dim gamma in the brain, not on purpose. The systems we live inside, the way we are educated, the way we are taught to value certain kinds of knowing over other kinds of knowing, the way curiosity gets gradually replaced by performance, the way questions get answered before they have finished forming, all of that begins to lower the frequency at which gamma fires in the brain. By the time most people reach adulthood, gamma is firing at a fraction of the rate it fired in their first 7 years. The researchers who mapped this called it the decline effect. What it means for you is this: the disqualifying voice has not just been louder than your spirit because it has been speaking longer. It has been louder than your spirit because the part of you that was built to hear past it, the part of you that had wonder and openness and the willingness to believe what the disqualifying voice is denying, has been operating at a fraction of its original frequency. The child in you, the one with the gamma frequency, The one who would have laughed at the disqualifying voice, the way a 6-year-old laughs at something that is obviously not true, has been quietly dimmed since you were 7. That is the first layer. The child within you has been dimmed. That is not a metaphor. That is the actual mechanism behind why this voice has had so much power for so long. 2,000 years ago, a teacher said something that has been quoted in every century since. He said that the kingdom of heaven belongs to those who become like little children. Most people have read that sentence as a sentimental instruction, as a poetic image about humility. Very few people, in the long history of that sentence being read, have realized that the teacher was describing a frequency, a specific way of holding the mind. The way the mind held itself before age 7, before the decline began. The kingdom does not open to the version of you that is performing adult competence at the gate. The kingdom opens to the version of you whose gamma is awake, the child within. That is the first layer. The second layer is something different, and it is what makes the first layer so much harder to recover from on its own. While the child within you was being dimmed across childhood, a different system in your body was being slowly raised. The system is the stress signal. The brain has another wave, called beta, which is responsible for survival, for vigilance, for problem solving under pressure, for the kind of focus you need when something is threatening you. Beta is not a bad wave. In its right amount, it is a useful one. The problem is that modern life keeps beta switched on at a level that was never meant to be its baseline. Financial pressure does that. Social anxiety does that. The constant low-grade scanning for what might go wrong tomorrow does that. The hum of being available to everything at all times does that. Beta becomes hyperactive. And when beta is hyperactive, it overrides a different frequency called alpha. Alpha is the receptive channel. Where gamma is the child's wonder, alpha is the child's openness to receiving. The way a child can be given something and just receive it, without analyzing whether they deserve it, without negotiating whether they should be allowed to keep it, without earning it back through some demonstration of worth. Alpha is the frequency at which receiving becomes natural. And when beta is hyperactive, alpha closes, quietly, without anyone telling you it has closed. You stop being able to receive, even when receiving is what is being offered.